Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. This is Accounting Nightmare. Welcome Tag, how are ya? We're doing the final Heavensward class quest today, which is Astrologian. Bit of a late start though, so we'll see how far we get. Even if we only do like half of it today, that'd still be pretty nice. Been making progress with my relic bow for my bard. It's all glowy. It's a different colour though now. Ooh, special. Ah, no worries, Tag. Yeah, don't feel bad if you don't make a stream because of just sleeping and stuff. Sleeping is important, you know? Take care of yourself. The VODs will always be here. If you want to catch up on the class quests and stuff, so it's no big deal. Yeah, it glows yellow and green now. Ooh. I did prefer the old glow, but this one's nice too. I can show the old glow because I have that still glamoured on my... Yeah, oh look at that glow. Oh, shiny. But yeah, I'm making progress on it. I'm up to the part where you have to collect... what do you even call it? Etheric activity? You have to... light, I guess. Yeah, light collecting. Is that a ferret pet or a weasel? Oh, it's gone now, so I can't answer, sorry. Hey, Walken. Ooh, Dark Knight anima weapon. Ooh. Gonna have a look at that. Oh, shit, that's cool. Ooh. That's nice. Just gonna show that on stream. Ah, look at that. That is nice. Congratulations. Oh, you're using that mask. Oh, that's cool. That goes really well with that set. That's good. Congratulations on finishing the anima weapon. Very nice. Okay, Astrologian. Healer, yeah. Another one of the new Heavensward classes. Yeah, so like Dark Knight and Machinist, it starts at 30. It has a 30 through 50 set of quests, and then 50 through 60. Doing A9S Unsynced. Oh yes, I saw one of those in Party Finder actually. Not at the moment, but yeah, I saw one. Got a lot of blue mage groups today. Anyway. So yes, I've already done the first section of this. Actually, those blue mage. Okay, yeah, I was curious if I've unlocked the first New Game Plus for blue mage yet, but I haven't. I have to beat that part of the Mask Carnival, I think. No big rush on that though. I'm considering Blue Mage as a Stormblood class. So I'll show that once we get to Stormblood stuff. Right, New Game Plus Astrologian. The third healer. A rune every other run. Oh, okay. How many runes do you need for... Wait, what are the runes? Is that for something else? Yeah, I haven't done the anima weapons yet. But I will decide on my anima weapon soon because I'm not too far away from finishing my my zodiac. So I wanna start working on an anima. Solo unsynced runs of Hawk Manor hard or Brave Fox's Longstop hard. Ah, okay. Thank you. I love the floaty thing that Astrologians use. It's very nice. This is the Bismarck one. My character gets such a nice smile on her face when she's in this pose. It's cool. Alright. Go to Foundation. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's such a cute little chocobo. The Athenaeum Astrologicum. Easy name. That's different dialogue from before. The ever-tightening grip of this unnatural winter has proven far more than a nuisance for many in my field. The stars can tell us little if their message is forever hidden behind a veil of storm clouds. That's fair. This is a star globe. Upon it, you shall find a map of the very heavens above us. Any self-respecting astrologian would not fathom taking something so delicate out into the elements, let alone into battle. While sailors use the pole star for guidance, we astrologians look to the dragon star, for its position and magnitude in relation with neighbouring celestial bodies can reveal when and where the Dravanian horde will strike next. Yeah, so she mentioned not going into battle. Oh, hey, Catsworth. Oh, hey, Sonia. Thank you for the raids. So you finished up for the night. Hope your last matches went well. Come on. And Evil Urchin, thank you for the raid. Yeah, I really enjoyed watching your DBD matches. Yeah, so I've got 1 day follow mode on because I had a bot raid as soon as I started the stream, so that's lovely. Come on. But yeah, thank you all very much for the raids. And I hope your last matches on DBD went really well. So did you? Ah, sorry to hear that, Evil Urchin. You're getting it too? Oh. Yeah, seems to be getting worse. Even though they've started actually filing lawsuits against people doing it, it seems to just still be getting worse, so yeah. Oh well. Actually, oh, that was the one that did me. Hey, Gulping, how are ya? Yeah, I'm glad they're doing lawsuits and taking this seriously. So it's a good step forward. Yeah, that might be a third person. Yeah, thank you, Catsworth. Yeah, we're just starting the Astrologian quests. Just taking in the little background lore before we get started. Was there anyone up here? The star has changed its magnitude from 4 to 5. Oh, that sounds important. Stuck. Any level 5 and above duty with your weapon equipped earns a certain amount of light. About on tier. Okay. Interesting. Thank you. I kind of want to talk to this person. He's got some good background info on this guy. I'll turn off new game mode for a second. My name is Gulastet. I'm in my second year of studies on the coveted path to becoming an astrologian. All the novitiates are assigned a task at the Athenaeum to which we are required to attend between our classes. The stars saw it fit that I be assigned receptionist duty, with Lord Jannequinard. He is by no means a bad man, only a tad eccentric. Being the second son to Count de Durandare means he is free to do as he wishes, and most of the time he wishes to pay call on the city-state's young maidens, despite being almost as old as mine own father. The rest of the time, he continues his studies of Charlayan astrology, something he began almost 20 summers ago, when he spent time in the now-abandoned city-state, training with the heathen astrologians. His bloodline protects him from the scrutiny of higher-ranking officials here, but it is his lack of talent which truly keeps the wolves at bay. In other words, he is harmless. I am merely required to suffer his whims until I pass my examinations and get assigned a position at the observatorium. Then some new novitiate will be assigned the post and the cycle will continue, as it has for more than a decade. So yeah, this is... we're going to be working with this guy who has a totally different school of astrology he's learnt from the Charlayans, which the Ishgardians don't think much of. 3 AM, no worries. Have a good night, evil urchin. And thank you very much. The Athenaeum Astrologicum was founded by Saint Gwenriol to serve as a place where astrologians such as myself might learn and perfect methods used to read the stars. Since the discovery by Adornel the Younger that the Dravanian horde were using the relative position of a celestial body we now refer to as the Dragon Star to determine their attacks on the Holy See, we have ever been seeking to decipher the Dragon's code. Theories constructed here are subsequently taken south to the Observatorium, where they are put into practice. We also offer limited training in Charlayan astrology, a school of star reading neither recognised nor approved of by the Athenaeum, the Observatorium, or the Holy See. The only reason I even mention it is because I have been commanded to do so by Lord Jannequinard. Tell me more of astrology. Astrology originated thousands of years ago in Charlayan, and was introduced to Eorzea when the Charlayans founded their colony in the Dravanian hinterlands. It remained a minor field of study, eclipsed by larger ones such as conjury and thaumaturgy, until 3 centuries ago, when an Ishgardian astrologian by the name of O'Donnell the Younger discovered the stars could be used to determine the movements of the Dravanian horde. It was then that Ishgardian astrology was born, the focus moving from fortune-telling and fate-scrying to something actually useful, preventing the death of knights, by knowing when and where the horde would arrive. You will not see an Ishgardian astrologian carrying about a star globe or an astrolabe. You will not see him consulting with a divining deck, or gazing into the stars, hoping to draw forth its ether and use it to manipulate fates. You will not hear talk of the gates of the 7 heavens, or the chanting... he's going on, isn't he? Or the chantings of minor spells woven to heal cuts or emusculate sword arms. Well, you will not hear these things as long as you keep your distance from Lord Jannequinard. Lots of tension here. Did anyone else immediately think of Jen and Darren Moran from when they got to Bismarck? Yes, yep, same here. Exactly, Jen Moran and Darren Moran, when you go on its back and attack the pieces. Yeah, that very much reminded me of Monster Hunter. Greetings and welcome to the Athenaeum Astrologicum. Perhaps you were drawn by fate to this place of learning, or perhaps you wish to know more of fate itself. Wish to know more of fate, yeah. Then you are wise to come hither, for in the stars are written the fates of every woman and man on Heidelin. It was there in the stars that I read a woman would call upon the Athenaeum this very day, a woman who would play an important role in my own life. But my apologies. Even the most skilled reader cannot scry a name from the heavens. Would you be so kind as to give me yours, so that I might know who is to be my newest protege? Give him my name and become his protege. Sure. What could go wrong? Milchan. Well, I was not expecting that. But what is a name but an attempt by our begetters to wield power over the lives of their sons and daughters? Lives whose paths have already been foretold. In a sense, that is. My name is Jannequinard de Durandare, and I am an astrologian for the Holy See. Remember that name, for it shall echo forevermore in the annals of Ishgardian history. Well, it will once I put it there. Once we put it there. He's an interesting one. So yeah, we get to hang out with more people from Durandare. Stairway to the Heavens. Now where to begin? I suppose I could consult my divining deck for an answer, but that would be too easy now, wouldn't it? Very well, at the beginning it is. Astrology, or the reading of the stars, is a branch of a astrological science which originated in distant Sharlayan. There have been astrologians in Ishgard for thousands of years, but it wasn't until 3 centuries ago, yeah, we know that part, that the field became popular. Since then, what was once a single science has bifurcated into 2 similar yet ultimately different schools of learning, the Sharlayan school of astrology and the Ishgardian school, the former placing a focus on tapping celestial ether and transforming it into beneficial magics, or astromancy, the latter specialising solely in determining the actions of our dragon enemies to the north. I'm a student of the former, the only student of the former here in Ishgard, and have been actively seeking a partner with whom to conduct my research. Let's just say that my fellow astrologians here have been less than approving of my path, but that is simply because they are afraid of what they do not know. Once they do know of how Sharlayan astrology can benefit the sea and its soldiers, they will feel foolish for ever having doubted me, us. You will be joining me, will you not? Walking the path that has been laid out before you, instead of stubbornly denying your fate, postponing the inevitable? Quest accepted. Actually, I shouldn't be an astrologian yet, should I? We haven't technically become one. Let's be a scholar, because I love the scholar set. Cute. I see you wasted no time making your decision. Like I always say, the stars are never wrong. Alas, even a lifetime of study and training cannot unlock all the secrets written in those stars. Myself, I've been a student of the astromantic arts for more summers than I can count, and I still oft misread the signs shown to me in the skies. Though my readings are far more accurate now than they were when I attended the Athenaeum in Sharlayan. Not the Sharlayan, mind you, the colony that once thrived in the Dravanian hinterlands. Yes, that's the place that became Idleshire when the Sharlayans left the continent. I can recall my time there like it was but yesterday. The first 6 moons, I was not even allowed to touch the deck of 60, let alone conduct a reading with the major arcana. Most of my time was spent in the scriptorium, transcribing old tomes on astrological fundamentals such as the 6 elemental houses, divine duplicity, class triplicity, house modality and polarity, dignity versus detriment. I abhorred the task, and would tirelessly pester my instructors as to when I might actually be granted the opportunity to weave a spell, or perform a reading. It wasn't until the end of the 6th moon that I realised all that transcribing had prepared me with the essentials I would need to do those very things. The positions of the celestial... This is a lot, isn't it? The positions of the celestial bodies within the 6 elemental houses, and their relation to the major and minor arcana of the deck of 60. Therein lie the secrets to tapping the ethereal power locked in the heavens. And soon, you too will become privy to these secrets. But not this day. No, I would not have you transcribe musty old tomes like I was once forced to do. No, the task I have for you is much more interesting. You see, I'm expecting the arrival of a very important guest. My old mentor from the Studium has agreed to make the journey from the old world to Ishgard, and speak with the Holy See regarding the implementation of Sharlayan astrological techniques in city-state defence. Alas, the Professor and his party are now fully 7 days late in arriving, and I have begun to worry for their safety. I should be much obliged therefore, if you would inquire of the other astrologers here at the Athenaeum if they have heard aught. Why don't you do it? Beg pardon? If the Professor is so important to me, why haven't I asked them myself? Let us just say that the other astrologers and I do not always see eye to eye on everything. Or, in fact, anything. That's fair. He's basically the rich guy from a rich family that is here and no one likes him. The huge area outside Ardelshire is all ruins as well. You can see Broken Aether up. Yeah, that's right. I remember seeing that. Jannequinard likes 2 things, maidens and hearing his own voice. Fully expect at least 1 Yu-Gi-Oh reference. I hope so. Why would Lord Jannequinard think I had information on the whereabouts of a hand of unbelievers from across the blood-brine sea? I am an astrologian, not a fortune teller. I can't simply look to the stars and scry the location of the Viscount's guests. Unless his guests are dragons, that is. I suppose if anyone knew aught, it would be the Observatorium. We here at the Athenaeum are but students dedicated to research. Those with any influence in our field are assigned to the astroscope. God, the music here is so nice. Let me guess. The good Lord Jannequinard said he saw you in a vision and that the stars told him that you were to study Charlayan astrology with him. Am I close? You must be the 100th of his little pets to pester me with this week alone. Awkward. I harbour no ill will toward ignorant unbelievers, unlucky enough to find themselves caught up in talk of stars and fortunes. But you may tell that sorry excuse for an astrologian, for the umpteenth time, that I have heard naught concerning his imaginary friends from faraway Charlayan. Just do not tell the Viscount I called him a sorry excuse for an astrologian, alright? Jannequinard is still waiting for word on his missing Charlayans, instead of actually making an effort to find them, is he? Of course he is. Is it any wonder that in the nearly 15 years since his return from Charlayan, his skill in astromancy has remained unchanged? Any wonder that he has never yet managed to convince a single peer of the value of the Charlayan school? He is a privileged little sprat, who spends more time gazing at the stars in young maidens' eyes than actually trying to read the ones above his head. Alright. You tell the poor man I just returned from the Observatorium, and one night at the communal feasting hall, happened to overhear Chief Astrologian Fallamort speaking with one of his aides regarding Charlayan. He was visibly upset, and I wasn't about to risk my career over something I care little about, so I merely put my head down and ate my beet soup. But that's all I know, and you did not hear it from me. Information. Yeah, I heard that's going to be an Endwalker. It's going to be exciting. Master Fallamort! And I thought this day could not get any worse. Ah? Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that meeting you in any way has been unfortunate. It is just that, it may not be in our best interests to be seen together as of yet. There are certain people in the sea who do not approve of my studies. Couple that with the fact that you're an outsider and an unbeliever, and, well, people may come to the wrong conclusions. We must act with caution until we can prove that our intentions are just, and for the good of all Ishgard. So, I must ask that you travel to the Observatorium alone, and meet me there. The Astrologian Observatorium, which is this place down here, which we've been to before. The best mount. Oh, it's got jiggle physics on its cheeks. That's so cute. Hey, Nora. Cat's Jannequinard quote just made you think it sounds like Urianger, except for the maiden thing. Yeah, the fat cat's so cute. Such a good mount. Look at that little blob. Yes, this guy, who was very unfriendly to us when we first came to Ishgard. Surely things will be better this time. I know not which is worse, the blasphemous wretch who mocks the very principles from which our field is sown, or the bumbling unbeliever who blindly follows him in hopes of gnawing on the scraps he drops in his wake. Going well? Got your chocobo to level 10. Nice! Pick the Dragoon barding. Okay, cool. I'll have to check what level my chocobo is. I think it's like 8 or something. Ah, Melchan. Allow me to apologise again for not accompanying you here. As for our business with the Chief Astrologian, you may leave the talking to me. Ah, Jannequinard. I might have known it would be you. Who else would be so indecent as to drag an outsider into this holy place of observation? You have always had an unhealthy obsession with the foreign. 'Tis why you are as worthless to the Athenaeum now as you were when you returned from that heathen city a decade and a half since. But the stars, they can serve us in other ways than merely revealing when the Horde will attack. Their powers can be tapped. The Aether within can be used for... The Aether should be left be. Has history taught you naught about the folly of the Nymeans, the Amdapori, the Makai? Mine uncle, the Charlayans have been wielding astromancy for ages without disrupting ethereal balance. This power, combined with Ishgardian astrology, could be what is needed to turn the tide of this 1,000-year conflict. Moreover, I have reason to believe that our masters at the Vault agree, as they have given me their blessing to continue my research. I did not come to trade barbs with you, Nuncle. Nuncle. What's Nuncle? Let us save that for another time. I am here because it has come to my attention that you may have information as to the whereabouts of Professor Mace and his party from Charlayan. For someone who says he is not here to trade barbs, you have been quite generous in your dealing of them today. If it means you will leave and allow me to return to my work, then I'd be more than happy to let you know what information found its way to my desk just yesterday morn. Serpent Reaver sightings and foul weather prevented the Professor's ship from entering the Strait of Melther, where they would have made their way up the Maiden and into Kurthus. After detouring around the south of Vilbrand, they finally disembarked at Vesper Bay, where they took the land route along the Royal Allegan Sunway to the Black Shroud. It is there, it seems, they lost their way. A lost Astrologian. It is as my morning reading predicted. Dalamud was in detriment in the House of the Spire while ascending over the Ecliptic. I know what that means, definitely. Melchan, you must journey to the Black Shroud and assist Professor Mace. Allow me to introduce you to Quimperain. He is my personal manservant, and shall accompany you. Hello. He is not one for conversation. But his sword arm is amongst the best in all the pillars. He should see you safe if any danger were to befall you. And something tells me danger lurks on the horizon. It is a pleasure to serve you, milady. I shall make haste to Quarry Mill and await you there. Mine self has arrived to enjoy the company of maiden and mine own vocalizations, but I hath arrived unescorted by maidens. Yours hit 12 a few days ago? Nice. But isn't the max level 30? That must take ages to get to. Whoosh. Hello. The frick is that? Okay, sure. Sure. Milady, I have questioned the residents of this hamlet and learned that a party of strangely dressed outsiders passed through not but a bell ago. It should not prove overly difficult to find them now. But before we begin, might I ask a moment of your time? I would not dare utter aught ill of my master, but his recent fixation with finding a protege. I believe it ill-considered. This passion, however pure, has left him with more than one enemy within the astrological community. Lord Fallamord has seen to this. I fear not only for how his name might be sullied, but for his life. I beg of you, pray do not drag him any further down into this quagmire. Let him quietly dabble in his dream, but let it remain that, a dream. No good will come of encouraging him. It will only hurt the Viscount and his family. You must remember that while I serve Lord Jannequinard, it is his uncle, the Count, who employs me. Now, as for the task at hand, I suggest we find the wayward travellers and hurry back to our respective hearths. I shall lead. Might I ask you to take the rear, and see that none might take us unawares? Oh, suddenly thunderstorm. That's not foreshadowing at all. Hi. You got a funny hat. Young Astrologian. Grandfather. $20. Oh, okay. 20 is the max. Okay. That's much less of a grind than 30 would have been. Hi. These are the Charlayans we seek, and it appears they have found themselves some trouble. Unhand my grandfather. Ah, feisty. We'll fetch a fine price for that one from the pleasure barge captains. Crystal. The soul has spoken. Grab the old man. These wizard types carry on them all manner of begemmed baubles and golden trinkets. Up, or I'll toss you to the snakes. You want to see the old man again? You leave us the girl. Try anything, and he's dead. Wait. Candy. Grandfather's soul crystal. Why would he leave it here, surrendering any power he might have had to free himself from those bandits? Unless you were the one he saw in his reading before we left the old world. But that was more than a moon ago. My grandfather scried from the cards that he would serve as the bridge for countless souls to be passed to another. Might you be that other? Aren't I always? These men of the forest are careless. Tracking them will be no difficult feat. I shall follow and strike before they have time to regroup in numbers. The stars have spoken and laid their path not before you, but before the adventurer here. Candy. You must take the soul of the Astrologian and place it near your heart. Listen to the tales of those who walked before you, and know their journeys as you do your own. As for the tools you require and the knowledge needed to wield them, I, Leveva, shall see to these matters. Lviva? You saw there was no fear in my grandfather's eyes when the bandits took him. This is because he has seen you come to his rescue. Our lives were written in the stars long before we trod upon this land. It is not by chance that you stand here today with the soul of the Astrologian in your hand. It is fate. Okay. To get onions, you need to either grow them in a garden or buy them off the market board. Neither of which is available to free trial players. Aww. Ow. Astrologian. I find it highly unlikely that a sparkling globe will sufficiently protect you from a bandit's blade. Stay back and leave the fighting to me. I have been a guide in these woods since my 10th name day, yet never have I encountered bandits the likes of these. They are not of the Twelveswood. Ah, now you put on your Astrologian stuff. Oh, my glamour's broken because I swapped to Scholar. We'll fix it when I get back to town. Level 30. Fortune favours the bowl. Bowl? What? Oh, that's one of the cards. Now listen carefully, for we haven't much time. The star globe which you hold is both your sword and shield. It will grant you strength, as well as protection. But most important of all, it will grant you insight into the current location of the stars, enabling you to channel the heavens' aether into your body, for use in all manner of magics. The better attuned you become with the heavens and their malefic and benefic bodies, the better that aether might be manipulated to bring succour or pain. Ah, but as you already know, the star globe is not the only tool an astromancer has at her disposal. Yes, the arcana, or more specifically, the 6 major arcana, play a defining role in what type of astrologian you will become. Any layman will tell you that the cards can predict a man's future. This is both true and untrue. It is not the future that a card predicts, but the card influencing the man so that a certain future becomes more attainable. Seeking to tell a man's fortune, you draw a card from your deck. Upon reading the card, you scry that the man will be victorious in a coming battle. What is it that brings this man his victory but aether tapped from one of the lower 6 heavens, granting the man strength, making it all that much easier for him to overcome his enemy? Of course, what card is drawn is linked directly to a target's destiny, as well as yours. Are you the one who will see this man to fortune, or will you lead him to downfall? It all depends on your reading. Normally, I would not dare cover so much in a first lesson, but it is my grandfather who has placed his life in your hands, and I am not about to watch him have his throat slit, because you cannot tell the face of an arcana from its back. That's fair. We have 2 seemingly capable soldiers here to take the brunt of the bandits' blows. Allow them to carve a trail of carnage, while you convince the stars to nudge the 2 in a direction favourable to my kin. I understand this must be a lot to digest, but if you are ever to become a capable astrologian, you must believe in the path laid out before you, and in your power to read it, follow it, and ultimately control it. Take some time to acclimate yourself to your new abilities, and let me know when you are ready to begin. Astrologian action! So these 2 are the tanks, basically. Pray leave the fighting to me and the spearmen, milady. If you must involve yourself, I suppose you might see to our wounds, but naught more. Let's go! I see in your eyes that you are ready. Whether that actually makes you ready or not, only time will tell. Time, unfortunately, is something we no longer have in abundance. Let us take to the shadows and find out where these bandits are holding my grandfather. May the stars be our guide. Let's go! Rescue mission! Quimperane ever true. Do not let these bandits stand in the way of us locating my grandfather. And she's Lviva Heavensreader. And the first card I draw is the bowl. Fortune favours the bowl. Yeah, I really like Astrologian. I'll explain it at the end though, once we've done the quests and unlocked all the abilities. I guess I can heal you. This is a card from my grandfather's deck. He's leaving us a trail to follow. Mel-chan, its power is now your own. The balance. Your star is in dignity with the balance. Oh yeah, that gives me a buff. There are 6 major arcana. We must find the other cards. That's right, I don't think I'm meant to be able to draw cards yet, because I haven't collected them yet, but eh. Kevin? Yep, okay. Those groups where the healer leads the way. Always annoying. Give you a little bit of a heal as a treat. Card. Level question mark, Will of the Wisp. Yeah, I don't really want to touch that. Your star is in dignity with the arrow. Oh no! Hurry up! Hurry up, tanks. Thank you. I really like the card drawing and shuffling animations. They're quite nice. I can't shuffle at the moment, but... give you a buff. Yeah, Astrologian uses cards to give people buffs. Damage buffs. Murderous bats. Dignity with the ewer. There we go. This way? Ah. Get him! Off you go. Yeah. That's card number 4. The bowl. Oh, there's the spire. Kill the bat. Kill it. Oh god, a tree. Ah, help, tank. Don't you look at me, bat. Yeah, you stay over there, do your thing. We're all cool. Spire. 1 card left. Click the whole set. The spear. Nice. Come on. Come on. Yep, there we go. It's the bandit leader. Throw down your weapons, cur. You have no choice but to release the professor, or meet the same fate as your men. No choice, eh? What if our choice all along was to cross blades, houseboy? Come closer and let us end this. Houseboy? Jeez, that's not very nice. You could have a spear. A void scent? This bandit is more than she appears. Oh god, those things. They're creepy looking. Just an eyeball. Ah, kill it. Thank you. Guess I should probably heal you and de-spell you. Urgh. I was not told there would be 2 Astrologians. Enough of this. And who hired you? Oh, there's a cat alarm. Time to feed the cat after this cutscene. I am Quimperain, in the employ of Lord Jannequinard. I am sent to escort you back to Ishgard. Are you unhurt, my lord? Jannequinard, you say? And where is my former student? His constant pestering is one of the reasons I agreed to make the long trip from the old world. I see none but Quimperain in this adventurer. I too have seen no other. Just like you didn't see those bandits until their knives were up our asses. But that is of no matter. It was all as the stars have foretold. Yes, I saw this adventurer long before even setting foot on this accursed continent, when the Arcana whispered and told me I would find a worthy successor for my soul crystal. And having witnessed how she eased into her new role, but mere moments after taking up the crystal, globe and the deck. Yes, I knew at once my reading was true, and that this adventurer was the Astrologian I had been seeking. But now, let us see if she has the potential for greatness within her. Oh. Hello. Cleo's here. Waiting patiently for her dinner. Look to the skies, Melchan, and there you will see 6 stars aglow in pale yellow. This is the bowl. This constellation is thought to be the gate to the first heaven, the heaven which holds the world tree. Planted by the matron and nurtured by the keeper, the world tree is the source from which all life is said to have sprung. The trunk of the world tree, or the bowl, grants strength to the weak, allowing them to stand firm in the face of adversity. You have now opened that gate, and its power is yours to command. I've never really gotten constellations. Whenever people saying, like, this constellation looks like this, I'm always just going, okay, I don't see it. I've never understood them. Oh. A solid bowl represents a solid foundation. It is not coincidence that this very constellation is risen to mid-heaven at this very moment, the moment of a new Astrologian's birth. And to think, I saw all of this a moon ago. It seems I'm a better reader of fates than I thought. But I jest. It has been a long journey, with more than its share of unexpected excitement. I'm an old man, and one does not need a deck of arcana to see that my weary legs will not carry me much longer. Let us make haste to Ishgard, so that I might give that ungrateful Jannequinard a proper upbraiding. The bowl blazes in the welkin, unlocking the gate to the first heaven. I'm Astrologian! Astrologian has fun animations. So pretty. Back to the Astrologian. Astrologicum. There. Foundation. Hey, Eurocharm. You understand the theory behind them, I think? Ah, okay. Alright, I should feed the cat. She went over to the table, so I can't show her on webcam. It's not very nice. Yo! Come here, sweetie. Yo! I want to show you. No? No, no. Oh, I can show you a photo of her instead. It's very important that you see cat. She's a very cute cat. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see, which photo? Yeah, that's a good one. Cat. She's so cute, I love her. And I'm gonna go feed her. And I'm gonna leave you with the Ishgard music. Oh, actually, I'll move to the other area that has different music. Go to the Astrologicum, whatever. However the hell you pronounce it. Yeah. Idling camera. And I shall be back in about 10 minutes. Remember to take your medications or whatever if you need to. And I shall be back. Okay, I'm back. Hi. Time for some more stargazing. Gotta fix my glamour first, it's very important. There we go. That's what I'm currently using for Astrologian. It's a nice blue robe, like it. So, everyone's here. Jannequinard. 15 summers passed, and still the flippant clod I lost half of my hair tutoring, sending an adventurer to find the man you summoned halfway across Heidelin, always taking the easy route, and you wonder why you still haven't been able to open the second heaven's gate. Allow me to explain, Professor. You see, I was waiting here in case you made it to Ishgard before my manservant and Melchan could locate you. Sure you were. Think of the confusion had you arrived here, only to find the Athenaeum empty. Wait, how did you know I haven't opened all the gates? My grandfather is the greatest astrologer in all Charlayan. There is naught he doesn't know, unless he doesn't wish to know it. You of all people should know that. Perhaps I was hasty in my decision to remain here and see to your training. Train me? You? But what of Professor Mace? Isn't that why he made the journey? My grandfather has already completed his task. He simply came to Ishgard out of courtesy to an old pupil, one who it appears he wasted years on. Ooh, ouch. Wasted? What are you implying, my lady? Ah, my dear Leveva, you still do not see it, do you? Without Jannequinard stumbling into my tutelage nearly 2 decades past, he never would have taken this adventurer under his wing and sent her to us in his stead. It was all as the stars had planned. Your soul crystal! Professor, this adventurer has stolen your soul of the Astrologian! Ever the unobservant, Jan. If this adventurer had stolen my crystal, Leveva would have read up some terrible fate for the lass. No, Melchan is my successor. Something I mistakenly thought you to be. But even I cannot see every future, it seems. But do not despair. I have not given up on you completely. Despite your failings, you have tried your best to promote the Chilean School of Astrology here in this den of fools who fail to see aught and all beyond the Dragon Star. I wish to see you continue that fight, and that is why I've bade Leveva to remain here and further your and this adventurer's training. I see. This is all rather overwhelming. Might I have some time to consider your words? No. You either continue your training with me and your, protege, or you crawl back to obscurity. I shall give you both several turns of the sun to study the basics of Chilean astrology. It should not be so hard for you, Jannequinard, considering you've had a substantial head start. Once you have committed the basics to memory, then return here. In the meantime, I will be travelling Eorzea, searching for locations where Melchan, and you, will unlock the remaining Heaven's Gates. But you were only recently set upon by bandits. Perhaps travelling alone so soon is unwise. Jannequinard, no. Don't you think I know that? That is why you will be lending me the services of your able manservant, Quimperane. I will? I will. Yes, of course, Lady Leveva. Anything for the granddaughter of Chilean's finest professor of astrology. Quimperane, you heard the lady. I get the feeling Quimperane puts up with a lot. Kind of like Honoroy. The one who serves Emanuelaine. Very good. Now I shall see my grandfather to the airship landing. But before we depart, let me teach you of the diurnal sect, so that you may learn to wield the power of those stars which are aligned with the sun. Bye. I wonder what they're going to do with the diurnal sect and the nocturnal sect, because that's something they're changing next expansion. Level 35. Next. Hanging in the balance. Greetings, Melchan. The stars tell me you have been rigorously following Leveva's training regimen, though I harbour doubts that go out and do things while I traipse about the realm constitutes a regimen. Still, she is all we have, so I suppose we have to make do. And, as the stars would have it, she has just sent word that she is ready for us to attempt the opening of the second Heaven's Gate. You are aware of the 7 heavens, are you not? Just as there are 7 realms of the underworld, so too are there 7 realms of the firmament. Each of the first 6 represent one of the 6 basic elements: earth, ice, water, wind, lightning, and fire. The 7th and final heaven, representing the element's astral polarity. The first 6 heavens are represented by the 6 constellations, which each revolve around the pole star. Astrologians of the Chilean school draw on the aether contained in the celestial bodies, represented in the constellations by unlocking or opening the gate to heaven that constellation is correlated with. There is no actual gate. Think of it as more a portal to the soul. You are opening your mind, allowing for attunement with these distant bodies. much like one attunes with an aetherite, but on a far grander scale. Now this may come as a revelation, but Heidelin is not flat like most believe. Ooh. Have we got flat earthers here? Flat Heidelins? Hey, Madrick. They might rework both of them to be cooldowns. Oh, yeah, that would be a good way to do it, actually. Yeah. In fact, it is, in fact, a sphere so large that when we walk upon it, it only appears to be flat. Because it is a sphere, there are some locations better suited than others for observing certain constellations. That is what Leveva is doing right now, finding a location in which the next Heaven's Gate will rise to a position directly in mid-heaven, where it will be easiest to attune with. And it seems she has found one, near the final prayer in Eastern Thanalan. Oh, I harbour no ill feelings toward you regarding Professor Mace's decision to choose you over me as his successor. To tell you the truth, I was even sort of relieved. The successor to the greatest astrologian in Charlayan? Think of all the responsibility. Glad we could help. Eastern Thanalan. Whoosh. Fate joined. Fate left. After being in new expansions, you get used to there being music all the time, and then you come back to Realm Reborn stuff and there's just no night music. Unless you're in one of the major cities. It feels empty. Sad. Oh, hey. Did you do a bit of a murder? Alright. Cool. The journey here was uneventful, but the moment we arrived, we were set upon by bandits. I had no trouble driving them away, but I fear they may return again in numbers. Focus on your training, milady, and I shall keep watch. I don't believe my travels have ever taken me this far south. A tad dusty for my tastes, and warm, and dry, and brown. Agree, actually. Here at last, I see. Bandits have kept poor Quimperane busy, harrying our camp since we arrived. I do believe the old man enjoys the excitement, however. I'm certain it beats wiping the arse of a noble brat, whoring away his uncle's fortune while dreaming of becoming a real astrologian. Damn. I am very well capable of wiping my own arse, thank you very much, and Quimperane has never once complained of his duties. Of course he hasn't. Your uncle pays him to smile and nod, and I'm sure a comfortable position in the pillars beats chasing after cloud rats in the broom to flavour his soup. Are we here to trade banter, my lady? Because I was led to believe we'd be unlocking a celestial gate. You will find Quimperane has a good many uses, and I haven't the faintest doubt that he will be most ably handle any ruffians who happen to come stumbling about, looking for prey. Now, Melchan, and Jannequinard, we must be patient and wait for the constellation to reach its highest and brightest point, a point at which its flow of aether is the strongest in relation to Heidelin. Warm and dry and brown. Be patient, Melchan. We are at the mercy of the stars and their movements. Only a fool believes she can manipulate the heavens. It is the heavens which manipulate us. We are merely taking cues from the hints they leave behind. There, Melchan, the balance. Focus on the constellation and attune to its power. The balance represents the heaven of fire, a realm made prosperous by the blessing of the traders, but at the same time, one whose equilibrium is maintained by the divine judgment of Azema, the Warden. Azema's might will empower those who take up their blades and meet divine punishment in the name of the Sun Goddess. And thus has the balance burned crimson in your heart, unlocking the gate to the second heaven. Now, let us speed ourselves to the next location, Little Alamigo. Why so soon, you ask? Would you rather that I had you to commit yourself to another several moons of using malefics to push down hedge moles? I thought not. Using malefics to put down hedge moles to level up. Very good. The balance blazes in the Welkin, unlocking the gate to the second heaven. Yeah, Malefic is our basic damage spell. Go to Little Alamigo. So these are the 12, aren't they? The gods that we're talking about here. It's kind of cool we're getting a bit more background info on them. Any bandits this time? Oh, I guess we're pretty close to Little Alamigo. One gate in my first 17 years, and now look at me. Perhaps my previous methods of training were not the most efficient. You think? Lord Jannequinard complains of the sand, but only because he sees it as a nuisance. The sand can be a wonderful thing, if you know of its benefits. For example, it can be used to polish your mail, or cover your body at night to stave off the desert cold. Ah, am I boring you, my lady? No, actually. Be patient, Melchan. Allow the stars to make their ascent into mid-heaven. Once they have, survey the skies and let the power run through you. Just check the dialogue. Can't miss dialogue. That'd be a freaking crime. That would. All right. I'll drink some water. Raise your eyes to the stars and witness the violet glow of the spire. In the third heaven rises an iron tower of spinning gears and taut springs, constructed by the builder himself. It is assailed without cease by the jealous Rauga, but the destroyer's mighty levin bolts only serve to power the spire's clockwork soul. Damn, that sounds cool. It is through the blessings of both creation and destruction that strength is granted to she who sees her stars rise under this sign. Yeah, so these are the 12 we're learning about. Yeah, because Rauga is the Alamegan's god. You have now opened the gate, and its power is yours to command. Using the arcana to draw upon the powers of the stars they represent. This path we walk as astrologians is called the Royal Road. It can be treacherous and fraught with peril, but it can lead men and women to greatness. Why not just say people? Then you're including all genders. There's fewer syllables too. Spire blazes in the Welkin, unlocking the third heaven. Oh, no bandit attack this time. That's something good. Your realm is quite the paradox. On one hand, it is full of life, magic and wonder, one of the richest lands on all Heidelin. On the other, it is literally brimming over with strife. Take little Alamigo, the wretched souls displaced from their homes by the flames of war, or Ishgard, mired in its pointless conflict with an enemy so old it does not even remember why it fights. Well, that's not really true, but hey. The foolish believe that it is their fate to suffer, and so they turn their gaze away from the stars, when those self-same stars have the power to show people there are many paths. But that power can only be channeled by the few, those like me and you, and to a lesser extent Jannequinard. It is our duty to use that power to benefit those who remain lost or misguided. Remember that, and maybe one day you will truly become my grandfather's successor. That is exactly what I have been trying to tell the Astrologians of my home nation. Why disregard something that has the power to grant succour to the wounded, the power to uplift the downtrodden, to strengthen the weak? The answer to that is easy. Empowering those without power lessens the power of those who already have it. Heal the weak so they might rise up and topple those who made them weak? Why would anyone in a position of power do that? Even our great nation of learning is corrupted by this manner of thought. We hoard our knowledge so that we might remain the brightest. It's a similar theme to the machinist quests, actually. Why do you think that it took so long for Professor Mace to visit you, Jannequinard? Yes, I know what he told you, but that was not the whole of it. Those of the ruling quarter did their damnedest to stand in the way of my grandfather, worried that his passion for his field would kindle widespread interest in Charlayan astrology. They only allowed him his recent trip, knowing he was now too old to do aught of the sort. Fortunately, the ruling quarter did not realize I would be accompanying my grandfather. Melchan, these past turns of the sun have been most fruitful. Yet while you have opened half the heaven's gates, there is still much of what we like to refer to as the Royal Road ahead of you. Take what you have learned here in the southern deserts, and transform that knowledge into strength. If you wish to know more of the Royal Road, I suggest you discuss it with Jannequinard back in Ishgard. If my grandfather is to be believed, his time transcribing tomes back at the Studium Scriptorium should have left him more than capable of handling that task. Sure, you definitely remember all that stuff, don't you, Jannequinard? Definitely? Yeah? Okay. Ishgard. Well, there's a possibility as to who's hiring the bandits. I forget how this part turns out, so I'm actually just theorising. And I've only done the this first segment of the class quest line, so... The spear. Who wants a spear? Small fiend can have a spear. Oh, that only works on people in my party. Rude. You wish to know more of the Royal Road? Yeah, he doesn't remember. I seem to recall it had something to do with reassessing the attribution of an arcanum before reading it, which would result in a slight alteration of predestination. Or perhaps it has something to do with the kings and queens on the minor arcana. It was over a decade ago. Thanks. Level 40. Are you doing well, Melchan? Well then, that at least makes two of us. I cannot keep such important news from you, Melchan. Lady Leveva and Quimperane. Just last night they fell victim to another ambush at the hands of bandits. The ever-resourceful Quimperane proved his invaluable worth once again, with a dashing display of chivalry that would shame any knight in the sea. A statement that attests to the sorry state of our knights. But that is a chat we can have over a different cup of tea. When Lady Leveva attempted to retire to a room at that filthy inn in the Broom, I had our sorely disused second floor cleared and furnished, with trappings from my own home. She is up there now, and asked to see you the moment you arrived. Okay, she's up there. The lady has been given a place on the second floor to recover, much to the chagrin of several of my fellow Astrologians. It's not as if they ever go up there. Well, except for that what's his name? What is his name? Anyway, she has asked that you pay her a visit the moment you arrive, which, if this isn't last night's mead talking, is right now. I guess he's talking about this guy. Wait, you don't seem at all surprised to see me here. Did Jannequinard tell you of the attack? Damn the fool, and after I told him to keep his mouth shut. Though, I suppose I must bear some of the fault for ever thinking he could do as he was told. Now, I suppose you are wondering why I summoned you here to these makeshift chambers. And no, it has naught to do with the bandit attacks. It appears are much more common in your realm than I thought. There are times when the heavens may provide you with a vision of a future that is slightly beyond your original aim. In these cases, the stars are not flawed, only out of order. So by shuffling a card back into the deck, we are in no way ignoring or denying a future, merely postponing a reading intended for a later date, and replacing it with something that better pertains to the present. I trust that you will pick up this technique swifter than Jannequinard. Prince. I think that's when she teaches us how to redraw. Divinations of Astrologians transcended, echo deep within your soul. Yes, that's a redraw. So you draw a card, and it's random, and then you've got 3 charges of redraw you can use to shuffle it. Because the different ones, well, they do different things, but I'll explain that once we're done with the quest line. Slings and arrows. Are you ready, my pupil? The gate to the 4th heaven awaits. However, the location I have chosen for attunement will not remain the most optimal for long. You are to travel with Jannequinard, and I will make the journey with Quimperane. There are no objections? Good. Yeah. If it is Lady Laveva you seek, she just left with Quimperane for Limsa. If you make haste, you may still be able to catch them at the airship landing. Me? As much as I would like to indulge myself on the pillows of Rotano pleasure barges, there is a congress to be held in the vault, and all the prominent houses have been summoned. My presence at such an event would be sorely missed, so I fear this next lesson must needs proceed without me. I'm certain the Lady Laveva will understand. I can always open the 3rd gate another day. Or was it the 4th? 3rd or 4th, it is of no matter. The stars certainly will not be going anywhere. Alright. You just left with Quimperane for Limsa. And if you ask me, those two have grown awfully close as of late. I'd best keep an eye on them, lest that honey-tongued manservant of mine forget his station. Oh, someone jealous. Ooh, shiny. Look how shiny. Which one's that? Deathbringer Ultima. Ah, okay, so an Ultima one. Ooh. Hello. Where is Laveva? Laveva? Oh god. Milady! The Lady Lviva is missing. We disembarked the airship together, but became separated in the chaos at the landing. Seeing as how the lady has found herself the victim of bandit attacks twice since arriving in Eorzea, I fear she may be targeted once again, especially considering the location. This is my first time setting foot in Limsa Lominsa, but I have been made aware of its landmarks. Might I suggest we search independently, so that we might cover more ground? I shall start with several of the seemingly more disreputable locations, such as the Drowning Wench, the Astrologian, and the Missing Member. Would me lady be so kind as to search Fisherman's Bottom and the Coral Tower? Let us meet at the 7th stage once our survey is complete. Uh-oh. Fisherman's Bottom, and where was Coral Tower? Ah, that's that place. Okay. Go to Fisherman's Bottom first. It's the Fishing Guild. Can't help but just shuffle cards because it looks pretty. Vikeb! Hey! It's Vikeb from the Rogue Guild. 20 odd summers since I spilled from me ma's loins, and ain't once I ever heard the word Astrologian. Now, in the span of 2 bloody bells, I'd gone and met myself not one, but an honest-to-goodness pair of live stargorpers. Didn't see where that other fair-skinned lass buggered off to. Once as that, though, off end up on the pleasure barges, if you catch me drift. Ah, she didn't recognise us. Shame that they don't change that dialogue if you've done the Rogue Guild stuff. Aetherite Plaza. Oh no, wait, no, it's the Marauders Guild. Marauders Guild. Hey, Olka. Olka. Can't talk to you? Okay. Another Astrologian? How odd. It is not often that even our city-state, known for its diversity, welcomes a single reader of the stars through its gates. Let alone 2, and in the same day, no less. Yes, I took a few moments from my duties to speak with her about the city-state. She seemed quite interested in our dealings with the Sahuagin, the Serpent Reavers, and the Garlean Empire. I told her what I could, but she left after only a few moments. It was as if she thought she was being pursued, but the Charlatan was gone before I could assign her a yellow jacket escort. He's Commodore of the greatest naval force Eorzea has seen in at least 2, if not 3 astral eras. Closest man to the Admiral herself. And still I am subjected to a daily barrage of questions from what feels like every adventurer in the realm. I'm seriously considering an iron lock for those bloody doors. Who must be talking to in here? Someone downstairs, probably. Aye, I seen me a stuffy lass in rum garb, poking her lovely head in holes where it weren't wanted. It's rare we get one so worldly down in the gurgling belly of the tower. I had to halt training to work out what the fuss was about. The maid inquired as to where she might find herself a nip or two with some of the strong stuff, so I pointed her in the direction of our resident apothecary, Carvalane, over at the 7th stage. Carvalane, okay? Where was that again? Ah, right there. Cool. It's this dude. Oh, hey. Quimperane's here already. This Lady Laveva, you said she was an astrologian, yes? It has been many summers, but there was a time when I, too, dreamed of reading the stars. To think, if I had a teacher as lovely as her, my life might have taken a different direction. Lady Melchan, I bear good tidings. The Lady Laveva is scheduled to return here within a matter of bells. It seems she entered a contract with Carvalane for the purchase of several of the apothecary's wares. An interesting girl, that one. Very rarely do we see young maidens walk the Lomonson streets without escort. Noisy motorcycle. And almost never do they come to me seeking, spice. Still, she did appear quite uneasy, as if being watched or followed. Suspicions, I must say, not uncommon in our fair city. Might she be in some manner of trouble? Those few who agreed to speak with me at the drowning wench and the missing member claimed the same. My short stay on the Astrologia bore no fruit whatsoever. What were you able to find, milady? I see. So we have ascertained that the lady is being followed, and that she is aware of the fact. If this is the case, I believe she'll attempt to move somewhere she'll be in plain sight of as many people as possible. I doubt that will help in this town. Kidnappings and killings are conducted in broad daylight here, and when they happen, most people just keep their heads down so as not to have them removed from their shoulders. Wow. I didn't realise it was so bad here. 12, damn this town. Milady, I shall set out once more to try and locate Lady Laveva. There is still the chance she may return here on her own, so I ask that you remain in case she does. If she has not arrived at the rendezvous point by the time of her scheduled meeting with Carvalane, then we shall both go to the one location that is most populated after the sun falls in Limsa, the Drowning Wench. Oh, shiny. We've got a shiny clicky. Just looking for spice. Not quite sure what that means. It appears that your companion is tied up. Not literally, I hope. Perhaps you should head to the wench and see if she is there like your friend believes. Though, I fear that if she did not make it that far, you may never find her again. At least not alive. Worry not, my starry-eyed friend. If by chance she were to arrive here after your departure, you have my word that no harm shall come to her while she remains behind the seventh sage's doors. Inquire with townspeople. Duty commenced. Relaxing, calm music. Hello. A woman in black? What's wrong with the woman standing afore you? Thanks, that was extremely helpful. I don't hold my hand out in front of you. I might have seen a lass scurrying off towards the higher lane. I don't remember what the higher lane is. Anyone down here? Don't think so. This is a long walkway. I just remember that the rogue quest where there was you had to like disarm bombs, and there was one all the way down here. Rather sneaky. So I can't help but check. Oh, hey. It's her. Never mind. Me brave knight in shiny armour. Come and give me gutter a kiss. Suspicious Astrologian, alright? This isn't weird at all. Milady, the area is filled with impostors who seek to keep us occupied, while their leader pursues Lady Laveva. We must be quick. That there are those about who would attempt to stall us must mean the lady still eludes them. Follow me. I fear she may not be able to remain hidden for much longer. Okay, we're going down there. I checked down there, there's no one down there. Already checked here. Never mind. She's here now. Nope. Like moths to the flame. Sally will be pleased when I bring her back your wings. Another imposter. Ifrit's fiery piss. Just how many of these damn rogues are there? Ifrit's fiery piss. That's a pretty good curse. This is quite a strange plan that these villains have. All these imposters lying around. Literally. Oh. Which one is Lady Laveva? It's Lady Lavevi. You have to even ask, Quimperain. Lady Melchan. I cannot trust even mine own eyes. Which one is the true Lady Laveva? Well, she said the wrong name. I haven't tried clicking the wrong one before, though. Let's see what happens. Not another. Some good them cards are, if they can't even scry where your missing maiden be. I don't think it matters which one I click. Lady Laveva, you have my apologies. It was my fault I allowed us to become separated. Do not blame yourself, Quimperain. I sensed danger at the landing, and it was my instinct to run. As ever I have. I forgot that I could trust you. Unfortunately, by the time I realised such, there was no sign of you, so I did what I could to blend in, choosing crowded places, speaking with as many locals as possible, though all the while feeling there were unseen eyes watching my very move. By the time I realised that my pursuers were simply leading me away from you, night had already fallen, giving them the perfect opportunity to strike. It was then that I witnessed several of the bandits had disguised themselves in garb similar to mine. I assumed this was to confuse the two of you still searching for me. It was then I conceived the plan, the idea to play the part of an imposter myself. Why hide in the shadows when you can hide in plain sight? That was quite brilliant of you, Lady Laveva. May I ask, were you at any time able to discern who these pursuers were? The amount of effort put into your capture would suggest they are more than mere pirates looking to sell you to slavers. Unfortunately, no. And I wasn't about to walk up and ask them who they were or who had hired them. But that is all behind us now. Let us see if we can salvage something from this horrible night. The fourth gate ascends nearby, Melchan. Shall we not see it made yours? To the anchor yard. That's right, the guy was supposed to be here with us, but he said no. Okay. I forgot his name. Jannequinard. Jannequinard? Something like that. Well, I'll be a barnacle on a kraken's ass. If it ain't the star-gawping lassie, come to scry us our fortunes. Tell us, which one of you'll be darned first, like? The beet-red knight with a carp in his codpiece? Or the stern-faced venturer on her high hobby horse? Hobby horse. Damn, we got caught out. God damn it! How many pirates are in this godforsaken hell? Well, it's a city of pirates, so... Defeat the serpent reavists. There's no end to them. Oh, I don't know if my AoE... Where? What is it you want from me, then? Coin? Is that it? Here, you can have all I carry. How kind of you. Though it ain't your purse we were hired to snatch. 'Tis you, me lady. But Pimperane's gonna die. 1 second. But we'll make sure your coin makes its way into deserving hands once we've tied and gagged you and left your friends here bleeding in the gutter. Give you a spear. Gave him a damage buff. Oh, come back. All the coin in the world is not worth losing my life over. Farewell, me lady. There'll be time enough for questions once we've torn their throats out. Quimperane, more pirates approach. So where are the... Where's the yellow jackets? The law enforcement? The Night's Watch. The Night Watch reported a pair of mages flinging magics down at the yard. Thought it'd be you two. Could hear the clamour all the way down in the bottom. And I ain't one to turn a deaf ear to a proper midnight melee. Hey, it's VKib. VKib. Well met, my new friends. Your assistance is most timely. Stop putting dots on me, it's very rude. It hurts. Someone interrupt that, I can't do it. Someone interrupt that! Oh. I know. She summoned a carbuncle. We'll be fine. A manservant and a maid. That's all I was told. Worked up quite the thirst I have. If you find yourself beset by any more pirates, or brigands or such, I'll be wetting both me blade and me whistle over at the wench. A fine spot of merrymaking, if I do say so myself. Maybe next time you can learn me a couple of them star tricks. That would be cool, actually. V kept learning some astrology. Oh, carbuncle! Lay down them weapons, or I'll cut the old man a new grin under his chin. I cannot believe that actually worked. Nor can I. But then again, never have I fought someone so credulous. Now let us do this as they do in the Fear Babes. The Fear Babes? You step over here, I let the man go. Easy peasy. Also, our friends have already left. Come back, VKeb. Wait, I know you. You're the bandit leader who attacked Lady Leveva's grandfather in the Black Shroud. Someone has a good memory for being so on in years. Well then, this changes everything. First off, I can finally drop this annoying pirate accent. And secondly, I suppose I can simply kill you now, rather than after pretending to let you go once the lady has drawn close enough. Thanks for telling us your plan. Get her! Stop her! Hey! You're finally useful. Stop right there. Unhand that man or I'll have your head tarred and on the prow of a galley by cockcrow. First maniacal marauders, then feline fishers, And now the Commodore of the Swiven Thalassocratic Navy. How many more gods is this machine going to drop on me? Until next time, Lady Leveva. Have my apologies. I was a fool to fall for the bandit's trick. Amazing. In all my years, that was the first time I've ever seen that feigning death trick actually work. But now is not a moment to be dwelling on our many failings. I have a destard to apprehend. You would be surprised how often people run after being told to stop right there. I'm sure he'll definitely apprehend her. Definitely. Lady Leveva, that pirate. She was the same bandit who... Yes, I know. And that changes little, for I still have no idea who she may be, or who she may be working for. There is naught we can do until the Commodore brings the woman to justice, or until she decides to attack us again. What we can do is what we came here for. Melchan's training. Now, look to the stars, and behold the arrow. The fourth heaven, or the heaven of wind, was created atop a lofty peak by Oshon the Wanderer, whose footsteps had been guided by the Navigator. The wind that blows off Limlane seas guides the arrow fast and true, and so shall it deliver the weary souls of those trapped in the mire of confusion, indecision, and over-contemplation. The fourth heaven has opened its gates, allowing you access to its sacred penetralia? Sure, I know that word. From this day forth, its power is yours to interpret and wield. That power will further aid you as you continue to hone your skills. Now, let us return to Ishgard. I have a few words for a certain student of mine who felt inclined to forego this particular lesson. Unlocking the gate to the fourth heaven! Yer. Collect all the heavens. Teleport. There are a number of different people who could be hiring those bandits. Jannequinard has made a lot of enemies with his heretical, heathenic studies. Ah, Melchan, you might have had the decency to warn me that Lady Leveva was in a mood with me for not joining you. She seemed to think I was to blame for your misadventures. Now why would that be? It is not as if my being there would have prevented the bandits from attempting to abduct Leveva. These being the same bandits who attacked you in the Black Shroud, which, by the way, is another location I was not at. This is plainly something far beyond our control. And furthermore, it is not as if I was merely sipping cordials and waltzing with baronets. I was helping further our cause. I spoke with several high-ranking cardinals about Lady Leveva being granted the opportunity to speak at the Vault regarding Charlayan astrology. What do you think of that? I was politely turned down, of course, but it is the gesture. The gesture that will one day lead to another gesture, which will one day lead to a head inclined slightly in the general direction of another gesture. Little steps, my protege. Little steps. Actually, before I turn that in, I just want to see if Leveva's upstairs. Ah, she's not. A gesture that leads to a head inclined slightly in the direction of another gesture. That's an amazing line. Bum, bum, bum. Level 45. You were right. Jannequinard appears to be motioning to you with his eyes. Why he doesn't simply call out your name is both disturbing and relieving at the same time. Greetings! Your timing, my friend, is impeccable, for it just so happens that at this very moment I have need of your assistance. While our Lady Leveva has been out making herself a target for every cutthroat and cur in the realm, I have been focusing my efforts on our main objective. Training? There'll be time enough for training later. No, I speak of our ultimate goal of spreading knowledge of the Chilean School of Astrology throughout the Holy See. As you know, the Vault recently turned down my request to allow Lady Leveva to speak before them, but I am not one to be turned away so easily. No, I have a plan. I will entreat Chief Astrologian Furthermore to draw up an official recommendation. The Vault will not so quickly dismiss the words of a man of such standing. Yes, I know mine uncle loathes me with a passion rarely seen even in young lovers, but there is really no reason why he would aid our cause. And there is really no reason why he would aid our cause, being a staunch opponent of change and all. But that does not mean we cannot try. And if we fail, well, then we can try again, and again, and again, until he is so annoyed that he writes us the recommendation simply to see us out of his thinning hair. And by we, I mean you. Considering how red the Chief Astrologian became the last time I visited him, I reason it would be detrimental to mine uncle's health should I arrive at his place of research, and we most certainly would not want him to fall ill or collapse before he penned us that recommendation. Oh my god. The Chief Astrologian is a furiously busy man and despises those who would distract him from his work, especially when the cause for distraction is something he finds trivial. It is fortunate for us that our goal is anything but trivial. Yes, this is going to go well. Whoosh. Yep, it's that jerk over at the observatorium who hates us. They should have an open window I can fly in. That would be nice. Hey. Why, who do I see disturbing me this fine day but Jannequinard's new scullery maid? I suppose you came here for this. Jannequinard never ceases to amaze, does he? Not only does the lout have the nerve to ask me for aid, but he then refuses to do me the common courtesy of accepting that aid in person. Ever the entitled little shite, more worried about his popularity amongst the fairer sex than how his actions disgrace his family's name. Ah, the slackjaw. I suppose you are wondering why in the world I, of all people, would agree to such nonsense? Well, it is simple. Allowing the heathen astrologian to dig her own grave in front of the entire vault and the Ishgardian astrologian community will only serve to accomplish what I wished from the very start. Chilean astrology has no place in Ishgard. It has no place in Eorzea. It has no place in this world. It is dangerous, and it serves no purpose but to take our eyes off what is truly important, using astrology to free us from the dragon menace and ensure man's return to Halone's kingdom. Leveva's dithering will only make it that much clearer. And Jannequinard, perhaps this will finally spell his downfall. He has only been allowed to continue this nonsense because he is harmless, too caught up in the luxury of being in line to Count de Durendair's title, to actually put forth any real effort in furthering his, cause. Charlatan astrology is but an oddity, which he can boast about at balls to get him in bed with the slatternly maids of lower houses. His father has protected him thus far, but allowing him and this lady to speak, there will be no brushing under the rug the shame this brings forth. Jannequinard will be finished. Okay. Tell him what I told you if you wish. I'm not one to conceal my intentions, and truth be told, I sincerely hope that enlightening him on my views will somehow show him the error of his ways, and compel the little shite to abandon this foolishness and crawl back into his cups. What a piece of shit. What a, yes. Such familial support. Curious if Leviva was here? Inform me right away once Chief Astrologian Fallamort has denied my request for a letter of recommendation, so we might begin work on our next request. Well, about that. Formal request. A letter to the Holy See, officially requesting the assembly of Ishgard's top astrologers to discuss matters of utmost import. Is this... It cannot be. It is. The seal is Fallamort's. How did you... What did he say? No, wait. Mayhap it is better that I do not know. Well, this changes everything. I will have to arrange another meeting with the vault. Summon the cardinals to Durendair Manor. We will need wine, and sparrow-stuffed pheasant, and pheasant-stuffed goose, and goose-stuffed chocobo, and bards. A whole troop. Not to eat, of course. No. I fear I will no longer be able to join you on Lady Leviva's next opening of the gates. Do give her my regard, though, when you see her in Mordona. Lady Leviva will surely understand the importance of my remaining here in Ishgard, after she hears the good news regarding Fallamort's letter of recommendation. You will be so kind as to inform her upon your arrival in Mordona, will you not? That's the scholar. The Keeper of the Lake looks so cool. Such a good dungeon, too. Oh, God. Alright. More bandits. Milady! Bandits! Yeah. Ishgardian Astrologian. Please, I cannot go back with them. For once, we were not the bandits' targets. We came across this young woman as she was being dragged into the hills. Though we drove her abductors away, I suspect they have already mustered the courage for a second attack. It is a good thing you arrived when you did. The girl claims she is a student at the Athenaeum and recently overheard Jannequinard mention we would be conducting another gate opening in Mordona. She journeyed here on her own, in hopes of having the chance to witness your astromancy firsthand. I say we give her something to remember. Kick butt. Slay the bandits. Yay, I have my AoE spell. I will tend to the woman's hurts. You assist Quimperain. Oh yeah, I will. By spamming gravity. My AoE. Keep pressing gravity. Send in the hungry. What? They're merely bandits, Melchan. They cannot see the things you can. They are unaware of the tragic fate which is destined to befall them. You must reveal it to them in blood. Blood. Spam. Spam. I guess I can heal you. And then get back to spam. Are we going to let the bandit leader escape again? Didn't see this coming now, did ya? Rise, slave, and tear the bastards limb from limb. Oh no, it's another rock thing. Quimperain, don't stand in that. Jeez, fine, I'll kill all of you. I need to kill that. Oh, you'll pay for that. Urgh. Your Dark Knight is 70? Nice! Congrats, Honora! Only 2 classes under 70 and only 5 under 80. Oof, nice. Congrats. How long is the grind from 70 to 80? It's longer than the other grinds, isn't it? Slows down. Although they might buff it once Endwalker comes out. Not long actually? Oh good, that's good to hear. You have my apologies, Lady Laveva. I did not think... Your only fault was an insatiable thirst for knowledge. A realm where one must apologise for being a victim is no realm worth living in. Agree. But why would those men attack me? I believe it is now quite obvious that these bandits were not meant for you, but for me. It would seem that certain parties fear the spread of Charlayan astrology, and will stop at naught to prevent it. My Charlayan constellation chart. The bandits. It must have been torn when they seized me. Here, you may take mine. I have the stars committed to memory. Oh. I don't know how I'll ever be able to... But I will think of something. Just you wait. I will repay this kindness tenfold. Lady Laveva, you mentioned something about certain parties wanting to prevent the spread of Charlayan astrology. Have you any idea who they might be? Well, a lot of people. I do, but I shall require more proof before I can be certain. You and Melchan should be able to assist me with that. However, as they say, first things first. We have a gate to open. The Scholar. The Scholar's my character's chosen deity. Yeah, when you make your character, you get to pick which of the 12 is your is your guardian. I chose Thaliak, the Scholar. Lady Laveva mentioned before about those in power not wanting those below them to rise up. Could that have something to do with the attacks? Melchan, the fifth heaven awaits. Open your mind and become one with the stars. Free your mind. There's like 5 extra things from 70 to 80 that really boost leveling. Oh, cool. That's cool. Good to hear. I'm starting to level my my 60 classes, but well, I'll be able to level them easier once I get Stormblood content. There, the Ewer. Focus, Melchan. Focus, and let the constellation's ether twine with your own. It is said through the fifth heaven flows a mighty river, carrying the water spilled forth from the scholar's vessel. And in that water is the strength of all that have come before, and all who will follow. Though spun from Narmea's loom, is it Thu? Thu spun from Narmea's loom, Thu from which might and metal is weaved. And now the power of the Ewer is forever yours, and forever shall it point you to victory. The Scholar and the Weaver. Didn't expect that pairing. While I cannot forgive our patron for skipping yet another of his lessons, I cannot deny that the passion hidden deep beneath all his posturing may have its uses. Word of our field is spreading, and our inherent nature has begun to stir. Curiosity is proving the better motivator than skepticism, and faith. Our time may come soon. The Ewer blazes in the Woken, unlocking the gate to the fifth heaven. Nice. Back to Ishgard. The Beast Tribe at 70 gives a bunch of XP. Ooh. Chloe's Journal is half a level, no matter the level. Once you hit 71, you can do the big fake grinding zone. Oh, that sounds good. Quests at 70 to 80 give out tons of XP. Oh, good, good. That's cool. Yeah, cause the side quests so far have not given much XP at all, so I'm glad they boosted that. That's good. And I enjoy fake grinding, honestly. It's just a fun, mindless thing I can do while I watch streams and stuff. So that'll be cool. Hi. Do not tell me. Lady Leveva was attacked again. I knew it! And without a reading. My talents grow by the day. What is this you claim? A fellow astrologian was moved by my words and went to witness the unlocking? That is amazing! I wonder who it could be, though. I would certainly recall speaking in detail with a young, supple, mind. I must find this woman and hold another, special lesson with her. I'm surprised he doesn't hit on our character. I guess they don't really make much, gender-specific dialogue, though. Lesson? Ah, that reminds me. Lady Leveva asked me to teach you a new technique before you head to open the fifth heaven's gate, which you have already gone and done. Ah, but it appears you were able to overcome your ordeal without it. Yes, exactly according to my lesson plan. You still wish me to teach you the technique? Very well then, though I do not really see the point. Give me the spell. Gravity. Ah, yeah, the AoE I was spamming. Which I already have because I'm doing New Game Plus. But yes, that would have been nice to have before that, thank you. Level 50, Loved by the Sun. Alright, so it's the end of the first chapter. Jannequinard is nigh ready to burst with excitement. Make the Viscount wait any longer, and there is certain to be a wardrobe malfunction. A couple other things, but your brain's not telling you what they are. Ah, that's fair. That's right, I'm sure we'll get to them eventually. Lady Leveva tells me that you are nearly ready to open the 6th and final gate. Yes, I said final. We all know there are 7 heavens, but opening the 7th is impossible. Well, except upon death, of course. An attempt to attune to the pole star would be sheer madness, and most certainly spell your doom. Ah, but look at me, even now attempting to tutor the great Melchan, when it is obvious your talent far surpasses mine. Forgive me. Lady Leveva has yet to depart for the location of the final gate. Doubtless she fears yet another bandit attack, but whatever the reason, she remains on the 2nd floor, and has asked that you visit her at your earliest convenience. Lady Leveva is on the 2nd floor only because she refuses to accept the room I have offered her at Durandare Manor. It is not as if I would make any untoward attempts at sullying her honour. Having seen but half the summers as I, she is far too young for my tastes. Oh, at least he has his limits, that's good. Oh, an astrologian now, are we? Well, then perhaps you can show me the approximate degree of the dragon star's cyclical declination as a result of the precession of the equinoxes when coupled with annual parallax? No? I could tell you that your decision to study under Lord Jannequinard was unwise, but that would imply that I cared. You have come far since that fateful day our paths first crossed in the Black Shroud, and now here we are, on the cusp of your attunement with the 6th heaven. Time truly waits for no woman, does it? Before we set forth on this task, I wish to teach you of a second set of stars, the Nocturnal Sect. The Nocturnal Sect contains those celestial bodies ruled by the 2 moons. I say 2, because since the dawn of astrology, disciples of our field have used Dalamud in their readings. Now, even after the false moon's fall, its position, or should I say, its absence, yet has influence over our fates. Whereas the sun and the diurnal sects represent the self, expression, the active, and the moon and the nocturnal stars represent the unconscious, the passive. Dalamud represents, and still does represent, the uncontrollable. Its power has the ability to quicken the senses, as well as provide added protection from the unknown, things beneficial when pursuing one's fate. Hey Blazing Blade, how are ya? Welcome. Nocturnal Sect. That's a different stance we can turn on to instead. Diurnal Sect gives us like heal over time effects, and Nocturnal Sect gives us shielding effects. At least so far, because they're changing it next X-Pack. If Sage and Reaper start at 70, they're going to have limited class quests for reasons. Oh, okay. Have to see what they do with those. Hope they do find a way to give them proper class storylines. Leveva appears anxious. Now that you have knowledge of the second sect, I believe you are ready to attune with the final constellation. The location of the next lesson is actually not far. I assume your travels have taken you to Camp Dragonhead? Excellent. I, as always, will go ahead to make my final readings. If each of our previous outings are an indication, the bandits which harry us will most certainly jump at this opportunity, so I would have Quimperine scout the area ahead of time and report any suspicious activity to the knights garrisoned at the camp. Let someone else bloody their hands for a change, I say. Feel free to tell Jannequinard of our plans, though I do not doubt he already has some of his own. You know, we should really go together so I can protect you, but no, alright. Lady Leveva has already departed. Well, then she must have leaped from the window, for I did not see her use the front door. I dare say that means we will be travelling alone. Of course I will be attending. Why wouldn't I be? Camp Dragonhead is but a few miles south and east of the Gates of Judgment. The journey should take no time whatsoever. As for bandits, we need not worry about an assault. The camp is occupied by a full garrison of knights, who patrol the surrounding hills day and night. They will not allow a flake of snow to land on Lady Leveva's head, let alone a 30-pound warhammer. Dragonhead! Probably going to jump on and level your paladin. Ah, nice. Been using squadron command missions to practice tanking. Yes, I do that too. I really enjoy tanking for the squadron missions. It's very stress-free. Yeah, tank anxiety is a thing. He's actually here. Spearheading initiatives. Melchan? And Jannequinard? Well then, it appears giving my constellation map to that Astrologian in Rathfrost was unwise, as my readings for the location of the sixth heaven have proven slightly off. However, a second calculation has shown that we are close. The optimal location lies just to the north of here, in a derelict tower known as the Steel Vigil. Ah yeah, that's definitely not going to get attacked there. You have the look of the learned about you. Might I ask if you have seen this star map before? It was on the person of an astrologian who came to us seeking help after being attacked. Hi. That is my map, the one I gifted the astrologian in Rathfrost. Do you mean to tell me she was set upon again? Your map? Well, then I'm going to have to ask you to accompany me for questioning. The astrologian claims he wrested this chart from one of her assailants before escaping their grasp. Lady Leveva? Why would you assault the self-same woman you risked your life saving? Because she did not, my lord. Why would you even think something so foolish? This must be some sort of misunderstanding. I was present at the assault. We saved the young maid of which you speak from a party of bandits, and Lady Leveva gave her own constellation map to replace the one damaged by her assailants. My Lady Melchan here was also witness to these proceedings. Well, we have our own witnesses who say otherwise, so until we can have a trial and an adjudicator who can pass his judgment, this Leveva will have to come in for questioning, for she herself has admitted the map is hers. It is all right. I have naught to hide, and arguing here will not bring us any closer to the truth. If anything, I wish to confront this woman who would bring false accusations against those who saved her life. Very well then, take me where you will. I shall answer all of your questions, and you will soon learn who is spouting falsehoods. My friends, you need not worry over much, for I shall be in the company of temple knights where no harm might befall me. I will return once I have proven my innocence. No harm, quotha. That knight was the self-same astrologian whom we saved in Mordona, the astrologian who now claims we attacked her. Are you saying the astrologian was a temple knight? No. No, listen, me lord. Listen, me lord. I'm saying the astrologian is no more an astrologian than she is a knight. I'm saying we've been played. We've fallen victim to a ruse that has landed Lady Leveva in the hands of those who have been attempting to kill her since she set foot in Eorzea. Then you were saying she won't be safe in the presence of those temple knights. Those weren't temple knights, me lord. However, they were wearing the colours of our knights most heavenly, and if we were to assault them, this near the heavily garrisoned Camp Dragonhead, we would be stuck full of arrows. before anyone asked us why we even drew our blades. No. We must shadow Lady Leviva's captors and wait for an opportunity to take her back. How exciting! Can I take point? No? Of course not. Jannequinard the Succident? Don't know what that word is. Yes, ahem. I say we keep our distance until an opportunity to rescue Lady Leviva presents itself. And I say that is what I have been saying all along. Now, might I ask that you keep your voice down, my lord? Or it will not matter how concealed we remain. Leviva's name is hard to say. Lady Leviva. Does the Warrior of Light's testimony not count for anything? Apparently not. Well, this is before the end of 3.0 though, so... This is before we're a hero to Ishgard. Well, we're kind of a hero because of the Steps of Faith stuff, but we're not a superhero. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. What if I just ran into them? That would be fun, I'm sure. You, bring us some meat for the journey home. Yes, sir. Yes, my lord. Okay. Our imposter Astrologian has left the company to see to those ogres. Let us take her unawares. Very good, Melchan. You may follow. Murder! Murder. Doing a murder. Now we have to kill the ogres. Yeah. Oh, she did. It is as I thought. This woman is the same one we assisted in Mordona, and I do not believe she was working alone. We must continue our pursuit. He's trying very hard not to catch up too quickly. I should not have had that second ale. This is pretty funny, actually. Oops. Sorry, Quimperane. I buffed myself instead of you. It is fortunate for us they are on foot. If they were to make it to, say, an airship, we would have no means of keeping up. Ah, is it an airship I hear? You had to say it, didn't you? Who else is going to split off and get murdered? I like how they don't notice there's somebody just like right behind them. Oh, where are you going? Going off to get murdered, apparently. They all have the peaceful symbol. Oh, yeah, that's true. They've all got the blue symbol. Yeah. There you go. Have a buff. If you didn't have to stay in class for these quests, a blue could just pour it in and wipe out that whole group. Sneaking mission. Hurry up. I heard something, sir. Yes, good idea, healer. Run off on your own. Gonna murder him? No? Oh. blue get level 5 death, which is a PB AoE. Nice. That's fun. I haven't learnt that yet. I have to get that. One can live to tell the tale. Just one. Made it to the end. Hello, you don't look evil? Just as I expected. These fools have led me straight to the answers I've sought since my arrival in this backwards realm. And if I'm not mistaken, my trusted companions should be arriving right about... Hi. Now, I'll be taking this. Got a full party group here. The moment you lift off in that airship, the whole land will know you are not true Temple Knights, and you will be made to answer for your crimes. Once we're in the air, it will not matter what anyone knows, you fool. We will not be returning once we have slain you and your friends. No one shall stand in the way of my fate. Especially not some dog's body of the Forum. We have 3 healers and 1 tank. I don't know about our party makeup, actually. It's in the Great Booble Library. Oh, okay. I still need to level up a bit more. I want Laveva, and I want her alive. Kill the rest, and leave their corpses for the wolves. I'm not going back to Charlayan. Crimperain. As you command, my lady. Crimperain, ever true. Wait, did his name change? His title? Wait, where'd you come from, butthead? Oh, he did. A missive!
Oh.
Yeah, I remember this now. There's still their airship. I'll probably get a lot of money by selling this thing. Please, milady, allow me a moment to gather myself. I do not think Lady Laveva would mind us taking a peek inside that missive, would she? No, you are right. Like enough she would. Of course I knew the Temple Knights were false. I recognised the Astrologian we saved almost immediately, and I find it insulting that they believed I would not. I also knew that they would lead me to the true perpetrators that I played along, fully aware that you loyal 3 would follow. And I am pleased that you also knew that we would somehow crawl our way out of that little tussle with our lives, because I was uncertain for most of the journey. Well, I was certain Melchan would make it, for the stars have already told me she would unlock the Sith Gate, here at the Still Vigil, the very location we ended up at, despite our unexpected ordeal. Your fate, Jannequinard? Well, I never bothered reading it, for I thought that you would skip this lesson like you have every other one. Melchan, gaze upon the night sky and open your soul to the final constellation, the Spear. The Spear is the gate to the 6th heaven, where the Fury resides in a palace of ice, carved by her own spear. Ice formed of moonbeams collected by the lover, Menfina. Huh, the Fury and the lover. Interesting. Yeah, the Fury is Ishgard's deity. The spear fills us not only with the power to overcome our enemies, but also the compassion that is necessary to grant those same enemies mercy. And now that power is yours, to see directed to those whose fates require it. Two sides of passion, yeah. It is done. You have attuned yourself to the 6 lower heavens, and now that you know their strength, the true journey begins. Lower heavens? Nod. The gate to the 6th heaven. Nash. Like I've said from the beginning, the stars, the heavens, the arcana, they know our fates, but they are fickle with their information. It is up to us to prize it from their hearts, and use it in a manner that might benefit all mankind. Ah, he's still recovering? You have my congratulations, Melchan. What has taken me more than 15 summers to accomplish, you have done. And more in a matter of moons. But our time together has taught me that, despite what we may believe they are, we all have our roles, and each role is just as important as the other. Without taking both Quimperane and you under my wing, we would have never saved Leveva from her assailants. Meaning, in a way, I saved Lady Leveva. Not that I am one to take all the credit for such heroism. A missive. A letter found on the body of a Charlayan thaumaturge. The cracked seal appears somewhat familiar. Nor shall I take credit for this missive that never would have been discovered were it not for me taking you and Quimperane under my that cold stare. It befits this god-forsaken place. Point taken. Let us break the seal and see what we... Why, this handwriting. I have seen it many a time before. It is mine uncle's. But that would mean... It would mean the highest-ranking astrologian in all Ishgard has been attempting to assassinate us. If the tribunal were to hear of this, he would be hanged. And a hanging will only earn us another ill-tempered orthodox astrologian, unwilling to open his eyes to the benefits of our discipline. No, we can use this missive to our advantage. As long as this remains in our hand, so too does the chief astrologian. Little bit of cheeky blackmail. Are you saying we use the missive to blackmail Voldemort? I am saying we merely grant the chief astrologian his life in exchange for a little assistance in furthering our just and noble cause. No more, no less. I see. You are quite the devilet, my dear. Very well. I will summon mine uncle to the astroscope. There we can present him with our offer. Wow. Airship. Yeah, this one's probably not worth much money anyway. It doesn't even have collision. All the way down. If House Durandare is so important, why don't they have a freaking Aetherite at their camps, eh? Got 'em. Checkmate. Wow, been going for nearly 3 hours, and this is still just the level 30 to 50 quest line. Not sure if we should start the 50 through 60. Almost 7 PM already. Anyone know how long the 50 through 61 is for Astrologian? That's right, he's all the way at the top. Ooh. Then you're in debt to Ulda. They have a monopoly on Aetherites. Yeah. Screw Ulda. Seems like a lemon. Yep. They got a bad deal on that airship. Why must you insist on pestering me, Jannequinard? I gave you your letter. Now leave me be. Ah, but that would not be the only letter you have written lately, would it? I really like her. She's great. For like Astrologian kind of drag, just because you have a very talky guy. Okay, yeah. It does have a lot of text. Perhaps you recall a certain letter to the forum? A letter carried by a party of less than savoury characters who attempted to kidnap Lady Leveva and deliver her to Charlayans. Not to mention kill me, my manservant, and my good friend Melchan here, who you may have forgotten is currently an honoured guest of House Fortom. Oh no. At this moment he realised he fucked up. A letter drawn up and signed by none other than you, Nuncle. Oh, but do not presume to misunderstand us. We wish neither your disgrace nor your death. At least, not at our hands. In fact, we wish very little from you. Naught, you might say, in the sense that you are to never again use your influence to hamper our efforts at spreading Charlayan astrology here in Ishgard. Involve yourself no more in the affairs of me or my guests, and your secret remains safe. I will even forgive you for trying to have me murdered. If, that is, you give me your word. It's not as if you left me with much choice. You have my word. But know that silencing me will not make your nonsense any more accepted in the vault. There are others who will see you fall. Others who care little whether or not I speak my piece. We are fully aware of the peaks we have left to scale. However, we shall not let that discourage us. I have been shown a path that I altogether plan on walking, and the stars shall guide my way. The stars foretell many things, my dear, and not even the best readers can see them all. Do not forget this. So we have silenced him, but to hear him tell it, he was the least of our worries. Which is why we must strengthen our own bonds, so that we might stand united in our cause. Sinistry, to use a term taught to me by my grandfather. By temporarily enjoining your fate with that of her companions, they will reap the stars' benefit, as do you. Master this technique, and the hold our enemies have over us will surely weaken. Okay. Bum bum bum. Sinistry. I don't really use that very much. I need to read up more about how it works. Yeah, so I've been like putting it on the tank when there's group-wide damage, but it only procs off of single target healing. So yeah, I need to read up more about how I should best use it. Alright, that was Astrologian Part 1. Well, we could just start on the next Astrologian stuff, and if it gets too late, I can just finish it next time. An off-tank healed. Oh, okay, yep. Good for healing an off-tank and in the main tank at the same time. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, good for trials. Oh, well, let's continue for now. Level 50, Charlayan Ascending. So eager is Jannequinard to talk with you. It is almost as if there were a giant exclamation point hovering over his head. Oh, I love this game's writing. That's great. Now that Forlamort has so graciously agreed to discontinue his meddling in our affairs, I believe we may find our peers and colleagues more receptive to our proposals. Perhaps I shall begin with another trip to the vault to inquire about them reconsidering my petition to grant Lady Leveva the opportunity to speak with the Conclave. We all have our strengths, Jannequinard, and none will deny yours is convincing seemingly sane people to do your bidding. Milchan here is a testament to that. I look forward to hearing of your progress. As for myself, there are still some questions I need answered. The first being, how exactly did Forlamort come into contact with the Charlayan assassins? Quimperain, attend me. I wish to visit Foundation and learn if there have been any sightings of suspicious foreigners. Might I suggest that Melchan do the same here at the Observatorium? Perhaps a second call and our new ally will help mine uncle recall aught he may have pretermitted in the heat of the previous moment. Sure. Yeah, so I realised something just as we finished that quest. Who exactly is paying Quimperain? I like him, but if it's this guy paying him, that's a big concern. He might be sus. Hey, douchebag. 7 hells! I rue the day I ever see another Charlayan. Please, I've done all you asked. What more do you want from me, blood? Or are you simply here to boast? Or mayhap you wish to know how the Charlayans came to be involved in my scheme? Ha! I thought as much. If it was so important, why didn't your Lady Leveva ask me earlier? Her head is so far in the stars, she fails to see what unfolds around her on the ground. The truth is, it was never my scheme in the first place. It was the Charlayans. They came to me not long after Professor Mace's ship was diverted to Thanalan. Yes, I said diverted. The pirates in the Strait of Melthor, the magically manipulated storms off the Ratano, all were staged to prevent your friends from ever arriving. But when they did, the Charlayans were forced to change their plans. They required help, hiring local hands discreetly, something they could not do as foreigners. I agreed to lend them my aid, because I felt we both stood to benefit from the disappearance of Jannequinard and that foul chit. Whew! This guy sucks. Sucks tremendously. I was a fool not to realise that the moment the Charlayans were discovered, they would be quick to betray my name. That missive was to be destroyed at the first sign of trouble. Well, haha, is all I can say to you. Okay, I thought this NPC looked a lot like Horschiffon. Different face, though. Ah! Flesh wound. The Chief Astrologian. There is rarely a day when he isn't meeting with visitors from across the realm and beyond. Why, this past moon, he has been entertaining guests with very distinct markings on their faces. I asked Lord Forlamont whence they hailed, and he only answered the north. Is the Chief Astrologian ill? I saw him but moments ago, and he appeared as white as a ghost in a snowstorm. Yeah, foundation. Yeah, this is the part of the quest line I haven't done before. So this is all new to me. And I'll be unlocking new spells, yay! Cards. As a novitiate here at the Athenaeum, I've been assigned several important tasks outside my regular studies. One of those is delivering updated star maps to the observatorium. Between you and me, I do not see why they cannot simply use Moogles. Hello. Ah, Lord Jannequinard's latest consociate. I trust your, training is proceeding, smoothly? Sort of? The Charlayans came to him. That can only mean, then, that mine uncle was only a pawn in a much larger game. A game that began long before we ever became involved. Think back, Melchan. The bandits in the Black Shroud, and those pirates you described that attacked you in Limsa. They all had strange facial markings, as did our false Astrologian. It is not much, but perhaps Lady Leveva will be able to make more sense out of it all. Despite the time we have spent together, I have this feeling she has yet to be completely honest with us. Ah, but look at me. A beloved relative tries to have me killed, and the next day I begin doubting everyone. What a sad, sad state of affairs. Perhaps to clear my head, I should call on that fine young Viscountess visiting House Helenard from her family's stead in the Eastern Highlands. This information on Fallamort's associates should be relayed to Lady Leveva immediately. Would you be so kind? I seem to recall them saying they'd be questioning Highborn in the Pillars. Fine. Ever since the affair with the false Temple Knights, Quimperane has been acting more, I don't know, boldly? It is as if he has to will himself to even address me as my lord. Do you think Lady Leveva is becoming a bad influence on the lad? The lad? Well, apparently he's much older than you. But yeah, okay, yeah, I'm concerned about Quimperane. I have concerns. Wonder if you can use Sinistry to get bonus healing on one target. Grants a bond with a target party member. Each time you cast a single target healing spell on yourself or a party member, the party member with whom... Yeah, it sounds like that would work. Interesting. That's a good idea. I'll probably do some more reading later just to kind of buff myself with it. I don't think I can. Yeah, it has to be a party member and not me, I think. Yeah. I'll have to test that next time I'm in a group. Milady, were you able to learn anything of import at the observatorium? Lord Fallamort was not the one to hire the Charlayans? Lady Leveva will want to know. Lady Leveva? Lady Leveva! She was right here. Ow. We must find her. I would not think any harm could come to her here in the centre of the Holy See. But then again, that is what we believed back at Camp Dragonhead. I shall search the Hoplon. Might I ask you search in the opposite direction, near the last vigil? Here we go again. I think you can cast it on your chocobo. Ooh, that's a good idea. I shall do that soon. You can dance partner your chocobo. Ah, cool. Alright, I should be able to do that then. Yeah, Twirl. Have you seen Lady Leveva? No? Okay. See ya, bro. Old World Astrologian? I'm sorry. I think you have mistaken me for someone else. Okay. Hi. No-chan. When you were speaking with Quimperain, someone approached me from behind and placed a dagger to my back. I had no choice but to be led silently away. Luckily, my assailant let down his guard when we arrived in the shadows, and I was able to deliver him a swift kick to the groin. I've been running ever since. So Voldemort wasn't the architect of this scheme to drag me back to Charlayan after all. I had my suspicions. I was a fool to believe they would simply let me leave. Do you recall when I mentioned there were people in the old world intent on hoarding our nation's knowledge? Well, it appears that my efforts to train you and Jannequinard have attracted their ire. Melchan, allow me to apologise. I have not been wholly frank with you about my reason for visiting Eorzea. The truth is, I came here because of my father. My father dreamed of rekindling the Holy See's interest in Charlayan astrology, believing that it would be of great benefit to the embattled people of Ishgard. He came here several moons after I was born, intending to remain for only a season. However, he never made the return journey. His dream was left unrealised, and his newborn daughter left without a father. Aww. Never once did I meet him, but every night when I look to the stars, I know that those are the same skies he, too, gazed upon. The same skies he used as his strength and guide. It was only natural that I follow in his footsteps, in spite of the objections from my mother, who did not wish to see her only daughter lost as well. And here I am in Eorzea, almost 2 decades later, pursuing a dream my father never lived to realise. A dream that has become my own. And now, someone is trying to stop me. Well, just let them try, I say. Just let them try. Lady Leveva, a maiden of your beauty should not wander off without an escort. Monsters hide even in the shadows of the pillars. Maiden! Flattery will earn you nothing, Jannequinard, but I will accept it nonetheless. Tell me, what did the Vault say to our proposal? They accepted it. We have been given official permission by the Holy See to conduct a symposium on the wonders of Charlayan astrology, with you as our guest speaker. Now come, we must hurry back to the Athenaeum and begin preparations. More than 15 summers to make ready for this moment, and now I only have a matter of days. I've never seen Jannequinard that enthusiastic about, well, anything. I suppose we'd best hurry back to the Athenaeum before his passion cools and he finds a warm bed in which to reheat it. I shall escort the lady back to the Athenaeum and hold her hand if I must. To ensure that she doesn't wander off again, of course. Okay. I'll leave you to it. Bum, bum, bum. Melchan, this has been a most beguiling past few moons. I must say, I truly did not expect the turns my fate has taken. I suppose that speaks much to my capacity as a reader of the heavens. I am not blind to what goes on in Foundation, so I will not claim that my life is in any way difficult. But that does not mean I do not have my share of troubles, however trivial they may be. Being anything but first in line to a countship is not all whores and rainbows. The Count only truly cares about his newly appointed heir, just like the rest of my family. They expect great things from him. From me, they expect nothing. For a long time, I tried to prove that I could be as great as my cousin. It is why I went to Charlayan. It is why I have tried to do things I had no business even trying. Then, once I realised no one was looking, I simply stopped caring, my actions becoming more and more outlandish. Because at the end of the day, that is what everyone expected. But then you two walked through that door, and helped me realise that maybe life is more than the coffin that has been fitted for me. Maybe the fate I believed was mine was not mine at all. And for helping me see that, Mel-chan, I thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Aww. Getting some really nice character backstory now. Level 52, Empty Nest. I have good news and bad news. The good news is, preparations for the symposium on Charlayan astrology have been progressing smoothly, as we have expectedly encountered very little resistance from the Vault. They have even gone to the trouble of securing us a spacious venue for the event. The bad news is, the spacious venue in question lies in Falcon's Nest. Lest you wonder, I speak of the same frigid building site in the middle of nowhere that you will doubtless have heard so many good things about. Yes, my friend, that Falcon's Nest. Yet I suppose this may be a blessing in disguise. I am just not certain what that blessing may be. Perhaps we should all make for the hamlet and see. I hear the roast yeti they serve in Falcon's Nest is sublime, so there is that. Roast yeti. What that tastes like. Still playing Astrologian with Lord Jannequinard. Might I ask how many horde attacks you have predicted in the past moon? None. Word is that Chief Astrologian Fallamort has become significantly less vocal in his objections of Lord Jannequinard's eccentricities. If you ask me, the only reasonable explanation is blackmail. Damn! Gotta keep an eye on this guy. Did he read that in the stars, or...? He's onto us. Yeah, this is continuing it quite nicely. Though I do the Dark Knight class, the 30 through 50 quest line felt rather different from 50 through 60, because the 30 through 50 stuff was about Frey, and then 50 through 60 was about Sidurgu. So it was interesting that this one is more of a continuation, just like Machinist, as in like same characters and such. Lord Jannequinard tells me that you have opened the 6th and final gate of heaven. I was almost compelled to tell him that there were 7 heavens, meaning the 6th couldn't be the last. But then I realised that would entail actually having a conversation with His Grace, something to which I was not ready to commit my sanity. It's not that bad, jeez. Recent happenings. Lord Fallamort, Chief Astrologian at the Observatorium, and long-time vocal dissident of Lord Jannequinard's dabblings in Charlayan astrology, has mysteriously fallen silent, at least with his objections to the young noble's eccentricities. I cannot begin to imagine why the Chief Astrologian would do this, but he has, and so I suppose this means Lord Jannequinard will now be using the added slack to his leash to begin barking up newfound trees. Lady Leveva seems a smart woman, yet I do not see why she insists on remaining in a place that so obviously wishes her immediate departure. I would have returned to Charlayan long ago if I were in her shoes. Anything new here? Tell me of astrologer. At least you did not used to, like, hear about gates of the seven heavens and chantings of minor spells. At least you did not used to. As of late, however, there are many, both low and noble-born, who have begun taking up the discipline. Times are changing, and I know not whether to be happy or scared to have been witness to it all. Falcon's Nest. Nice and bright here at the moment. Meow. Giddy. Hello. Greetings, Melchan. It appears that not only is our symposium to be held in a tiny hamlet mounds away from civilization, crawling with people who cannot even spell astrology, let alone grasp how it works, but that no one in the whole town has even been informed of our arrival. The three of us have been spending the last spell speaking with whomever will listen, inviting them to attend the event, so at least we won't be speaking to an empty forum. Oh, worry not, my friend. We have saved the Northern District just for you. Wink. Thanks. Dark is weird. That might just be because the writer wanted to copy the feeling of the ARR quests. Ah, okay. Yeah, that would make sense. Different writers. None of us have come across even a single Astrologian. But then again, perhaps they are all hiding in the northern part of the hamlet. No, I did not think so either. But here's Quimperane. Falcon's Nest is populated with knights and masons. Unless Charlayan astrology can warm frostbitten toes or fill an empty belly, I do not believe we shall find many people who will even give us a quarter bell of their time. Quarter bell, 15 minutes. Quarter of an hour. Alright, where is, there she is. The vault has set us up for failure. Damn them. Damn them all. Want to come see our talk thingy? A TED talk about astrology? Charlayan astrology, eh? You a heretic? Because you're talking like one. There's only one kind of astrology in Ishgard, and it ain't the heathen kind. Considering as you are an unbeliever, I suppose the knights might allow you to yap and yammer, but cause too much commotion, you'll be disappeared like that other lad. Now, when was that? Bloody heretics. An outrider, and his wounds look deep. Is there a cutter nearby? No, don't cut off his leg. I can heal him. All good. This one won't make it without a cutter to tend to his wounds. He's already lost too much blood as it is. Please. I have 5 children. Aw. That's a lot of kids, dude. Alright. Diurnal aspected benefic. Very specific. What is this sorcery? My cuts. They knit themselves. Are you a healer, adventurer? If so, I have another request of you. There were others in my scouting party. We were all wounded. Some of us more gravely than others. I fear that my fellow knights may be in grave danger. Would you seek them out and tend to them as you did me? I will report to Sir Redwald, but fear that by the time he can muster reinforcements, several men will have perished. What do you think? Did you see his wounds, lass? If that poor bugger was the only one of his party to make it back to Falcon's Nest, I shudder to think of the condition of the others. You must hurry, healer, or the wolves will eat well tonight. Well, we won him over. That's good. I dedicated 1 limb to each. What's that a reference to? It sounds familiar, but I can't think. So that guy mentioned some other kid disappearing. Who be disappeared like that other lad. Wonder if that'll come up again. I love healing quests where I actually get to heal people. Oh, it's great. That's something this game does quite nicely. Bum, 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 bum. Slow-footed knight. AoE! Boom! Boom! It's fun. I really like the Astrologian AoE because it's a targeted one. It's not just around you like the White Mage and Scholar ones are. So you can do it from a distance. I thank you, adventurer. I shall tell the Fury of your kindness when I kneel before her at the gates to... How did you... It is as if I was never dealt a single wound. What manner of magics do you wield, friend? I'm an Astrologian. Astromancy? But I thought the stars served only to grant us insight into the Horde's movements. Why are there not more Astrologians in the field? You and your companions are in Falcon's Nest to discuss that very topic? Perhaps I can persuade others in the garrison to attend. Now I must hurry back to the hamlet. My captain will want a full report of the day's happenings. We're winning over hearts and minds. And I'm just going to teleport back. Oh yes, yeah, I need to remember to be a healer in Stormblood. Because yeah, I heard it affects cutscenes and stuff. Cool. It's gonna be awesome. Well, let's just see if the other two have any new dialogue now. Nope, okay. Where have you been? When you did not return, we visited the northern gates and found the area astir with night activity. You left the hamlet to aid wounded scouts? You could have been killed! Or eaten! Or killed then eaten! Or eaten then killed! What is this? You say your display of astromancy has impressed the knights into attending our event? This may work to our advantage. If the knights begin clamouring for astrologians to be assigned to their ranks, then the city may just listen. Let us find these good men and inform them that the symposium is about to commence. Grr. Meow. Up here, okay. I knew it. Empty. Well, except for that poor sod who had the ill fortune of drawing stairwell watch duty. We have been made to look the fool. Oh. Hey, do you have anything to say about all this? No? Okay. Talking about your birds. Fools, hoar-frosted bulls. Not a single person came. I told you this was a terrible plan. What? Use the confusion from the jam-packed symposium to approach the target, she says. You'll have her out of the hamlet before her companions even know she's gone, she says. Even a blind babe could have seen that no one would gather for a talk on astrology in the middle of Swithen. Didn't I heal you? Ah, the astrologian who tended to my wounds. As you can see, both me and my fellow knight made swift recoveries, thanks to your wonderful magics, of course. Reinforcements from the garrison never arrived. Reinforcement... Yes, I spoke with, Sir Redwolf myself. Perhaps he felt there was no need for reinforcements after I, convinced him what an able healer you were. Yes, that is it. That is most certainly the reason. Yes. Sir Red Wolf. And as much as we would like to attend, the captain has already assigned us to another mission. I apologise to you and your companions. Perhaps we can make, the next symposium. Carry on then. I healed them! Ah! Betrayal. How do you do, fellow Temple Knights? This be about our Temple Knight business. Well, that is that then. The vault wins. Do not think of it as such, Lady Leveva. This is but one hurdle we must leap. The vault wants us to stop and turn around, and they will continue placing hurdles before us until we do. But we cannot let that discourage us. We must carry on until we reach our destination, or they run out of hurdles. Ha! You cry over hurdles. You know not how lucky you were. Did you come for the symposium? No. I wouldn't let anyone see me at that gathering. I'd be branded a heretic and sent to witch drop. Or worse, they'd just slit my throat and toss me out to the beasts. Like as they did that other Astrologian from the old world. Oh, is that her father? The other Astrologian? When was this? When you reach my age, all the summers melt together. My hair still had colour, so it must have been at least a score. Mayhap more, mayhap less. Oh, it was her father. There was an Astrologian who was... But it was long ago. It could not have been anyone you knew. We cannot dwell on the past. We must needs find a way to interpret the cards we have been dealt, so that they might benefit the present. Our present. No. It could not have been anyone I knew. I never had the chance to... Oh. You are right, Jannequinard. We mustn't let the vault, or bandits, or closed minds prevent us from achieving what we came here for. The stars will point the way. And we will help the people of Ishgard see that as well. Oh, jeez. That sucks. Oh, he went back. Ishgard is a messed up place. Well, at this point in the story. It's a bit less messed up at the point I'm up to, thankfully. Lady Leveva did not take the old man's recollection of the slain Astrologian well at all. I understand that hearing of a fellow colleague's death might have unnerved someone, but you would think she had lost her father. Oh, Jannequinard, what have you done? I will not live down this offence. You see, the Astrologian of whom the old man spoke, it so happens that I knew him well. His name was Rufin, and he was my friend and confidant when I studied in Charlayan. My only friend. Oh. He followed me back to Ishgard when my stay in the city-state was cut short by the Exodus. His dream was to rekindle interest in the forgotten techniques which gave rise to Ishgardian astrology. But this was a time when the Holy See was even more opposed to foreign ideas than they are now. That evening I discovered him bleeding at his bureau. Was one of the saddest in my life. But even at the hour of his death, Rufin remained strong, and he made me promise that I would not let his dream fade because of the closed-minded. Sometimes the mere gravity of a situation can harm a person more than a blade itself. If we can learn to wield that gravity so that it may benefit us, perhaps then the healing can begin. Aww. Level 54. Conviction. The Vault went and outdid themselves. The location for our next symposium? The Convictory, a makeshift camp for a band of bickering knights. I've spoken at length with Lady Leveva about how we might handle this second inconvenience, so as not to meet the same fate we did in Falcon's Nest. I fear the worst, but the lady believes that we may be approaching this all wrong, that we should embrace the situation and use it to our advantage. I believe she is merely unaccustomed to the thin alpine air, and her wits are not in order. Perchance we should make for the camp and see for ourselves. Lady Leveva and Quimperane are already on their way to the Western Highlands. It would be remiss if we were to keep them waiting any longer. To the Convictory! Which is way up there. Yeah, I think if we focus more on healing people and like saving lives, then I think we'd win people over way more easily. Hello. Very grey here now. Hello. I am here with Cat. Oh, what happened? Quimperane looks hurt. I arrived not moments ago to find this. What in the Fury's name has happened here? Tread lightly, Melchan. This is not the work of bandits. Quimperane's hurts were dealt by the Convictors. You were assaulted by the men sworn to protect us? This is madness. The Vault led the knights to believe that a party of Astrologians would be arriving to aid them in scrying the location of the Horde's next attack. They took out their frustration on poor Quimperane when they learned I can foretell the whims of a dragon about as well as I can tell those of Jannequinard. But no, we must not let this discourage us. If words have no weight with these men, then let our magics do the speaking. Can we hurry up and heal Quimperane? I guess not? Okay. He's all better now. Yes, heal people. Heal people. Give me a swift death. That's all I ask. But you're an Astrologian. You can't heal people. That's not what Astrologians do. Leave me. I'm not much longer for this realm. My wounds? It is as if they were never there. Wait, who's going to believe that I slew a dragon if I haven't the wounds to show for it? I don't know whether to thank you or slit your throat. Though, I suppose I wouldn't be able to do either if you hadn't healed me with those strange magics. So this day, I see fit to forgive you. You're welcome, I guess. Ouch, my leg. Just cut the damn thing off. I cannot take much more of this. The pain, it's gone. How did you... Bye. How did you... Anyway. See ya. Close your eyes. Soon it will all be over. Ah, better. Better. Imagine having Jannequinard as your healer. That would be an adventure. You. Oh, what? What is wrong, Laveva? Have you tapped too deeply into your mental reserves? Perhaps you should take a moment of respite. That blood is not the knight's. Wow. Ah, this person again. Ah, the loyal lapdog. Without you to state the obvious, where would your masters be, pray tell? You, again. One might think these markings would betray my identity, but you Eorzeans have a singular capacity to look without seeing. I am amazed you are not constantly wandering into bonfires or off cliffs. I have grown weary of this masquerade, and I am done with entrusting my fate to this realm's blundering mercenaries. My name is Silly, and I am here to take the Lady Laveva into custody, so that she can be transported back to Charlayan and tried for her crimes. Taken into custody? On whose authority? You are here without permission of the Forum, performing acts which amount to treason. Your grandfather has already been detained and questioned. I am giving you the opportunity to turn yourself in and put an end to this farce, once and for all. Do as I say, and no one will be harmed. Yourself included, Lady Laveva. But didn't she just stab her? But Lady Laveva, I thought you and your grandfather were dispatched on an official expedition. It seems that Laveva has not told you everything. Did you know that it was her father who was killed nearly 15 summers past? 15 summers past, Jannequinard. Your adventurer friend seems already to have put two and two together. Why she didn't tell you earlier, I cannot fathom. So I didn't have a dialogue option too. What else are they leaving you out of, Jannequinard dare do and dare? But... silence. This is my final warning. When you see me again, you will either give yourself up, or you will die at my blade. Think on that, Laveva. Mochan, Lady Laveva's wound is deep. I do not believe I can heal it on my own. Lend me your aid. Damn, I have no idea how we're going to resolve this problem. This whole situation, I mean. I have not the skill to heal Lady Laveva on my own. You must cast your magics on her as well. Okay. I pressed a button. Thank you, my friends. For someone who claims she was hired to bring me back to Charlayan, her aim was quite true. Lady Laveva, this silly claimed that you are not here with the blessing of the Forum. Is this so? Why did you not see fit to mention this? My grandfather knew the Forum would never allow us to come to Ishgard. and that their contemplation over the matter was merely a tactic to stall and discourage us. The stars had spoken to my grandfather, and he was not about to turn a deaf ear to them. I kept silent, because I did not wish to let the petty politicking of men, thousands of miles to the north, stand in the way of our dream to spread the word of Chilean astrology. And such was my father's dream, until he was killed for it by close-minded peasants. But Rufin never once spoke ill of those he wished to enlighten, even at his end. How do you know my father's name? Your father and I became close friends when I was in Chilean. When the Exodus forced me to return home, he asked if he could accompany me, saying that he wished to try and convince those who once believed in the stars' powers to look to the skies again. And we did for several moons. My countrymen were deeply sceptical and slow to warm to the idea of heathen magics. Some were even rude, but he never gave up on them, right up until he was... I was there during your father's last moments. I heard a commotion come from his room late one night and went in to check, only to find him bleeding and slumped over his diary, which he was writing when he was attacked. With his last strength, he handed me the diary and asked that I do not blame my people and that I continue our work. I believe this belongs with you now. Oh. He was carrying that around with him, eh? That's a big book. I do not know if I can forgive those who killed my father. I did not expect you to forgive us yet, but knowing that he did, even at the moment of his death, perhaps will help you one day understand. You have always reminded me of Rufin, even before I knew he was your father. Your passion for your discipline equals his own, or may even exceed it. Father, did you know what fate awaited you in this realm? Did you see all this? Did the stars have you merely pave the way for me? If they did, then I shall not allow anyone to stand in your way. You are right, good man, and so I shall allow this breach of etiquette. But if you fail to address Lady Leveva properly again, I'll have you spit shining the privy back in Durandare Manor. I will leave him be, Jannequinard. With that Quimperane here, I'd have been tied up and shipped back to the old world moons ago. The stars have him here with me. He is not going anywhere, and neither am I. I am done with symposiums. That is not what my father wanted. He came here not to speak of astrology, he came here to use it, and so that is what I shall do. There are still many convictors who can benefit from these magics. And what a better way to convince people of your greatness than by ensuring they remain alive long enough to sing your praises? Well, that's one way to think of it, I guess. Jan, will you tell me of my father? Aww. It's going to be bonding for them. I would be delighted, my lady. Unless, that is, you mean now, as I have a prior engagement with a pair of lovely baronesses from House Zemau, and I would not wish to keep them waiting. There's a touching moment, and and he's like, "Yeah, I'm off to have a threesome." A prior engagement. Of course he has. I suppose my father's journal will have to suffice until then. Nothing new to say? Okay. To think that my old friend Rufin may have seen what grim fate awaited him in Ishgard, but chose to come anyway, knowing that it would inspire both me and his daughter. Gods, sometimes these celestial machinations are simply too grand in scope to grasp. However, if it is as we believe, then we must, as Quimperain so bluntly stated, make sure that naught disrupt us on our path to that fate. Perhaps it is time I revealed to you a more powerful form of Malefic, so that you might be better prepared for the trials that are to follow. Ah, that furrow upon your brow suggests you could have used this spell earlier in your training. In retrospect, I would be inclined to agree. Thanks. Stronger Malefic. Oh, I forgot to test out that thing with the chocobo. I'll do that next. Malefic 2! Stronger damage. Just see what that animation looks like. 56. Feather in the cap. I am happy to report that Laveva is fine and well, and hasn't been attacked by bandits, dastards, curs, Charlayan spies, or disgruntled knights once since her last encounter at the Convictory. After restoring health to all the convictors so they might return to getting wounded again. That is such a healer thing to say. An MMO healer thing to say. She journeyed northwest into the Dravanian Forelands. If that journey was without incident, she should be in Tailfeather now, tending to the chocobo hunters there. Might I suggest that we go and join her, Mel-chan? I cannot remember the last time I was in the Forelands. Probably because I have never been to the Forelands. Why would anyone go there? It's literally crawling with dragons. Well, we gotta go there now, so buckle up. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, let's go try out Malefic 2. Just my spammable damage thing. But it's stronger now. Ooh. Cooling stuff down. It's like Moonfire from WoW. Ooh. Very cool. Alright, summon Nero. Hello. Okay. So, my single target heal, I'll use Benefactu. So around 10k. 14k crit. Yeah. 10k, that's a nice round number. Alright, I'll pop Sinistry on him. And keep healing him. Still 10k. Okay, it doesn't matter, it doesn't count for healing the same person. You have to heal someone other than the person you've got Sinistry on. Heal myself. Oh, it dropped off. Okay, so you can't use that for stronger heals on one person. It's only for healing multiple people at once. Okay, that's good to know. Meow. Alright. Here we are. Oh, there they are. I was wondering where these two were. Mo-chan, it is good to see you again. I pray you have not been neglecting your training? Now, you may be wondering why I chose Tailfeather, of all places, to visit next. Well, the truth of the matter is, I did not choose it at all. It chose me. The hunters here somehow heard of what we had done at the Convictory, and placed a formal request to have me come and tend to the hamlet's wounded. I would like to believe this proof that word of the benefits of Charlayan astrology is slowly but surely spreading through the realm. Ah, but enough talk. There are still many ailing souls that require succour. Would you and Jannequinard mind assisting me again, as you did in the Western Highlands? Alright, just actually look at their faces this time, please. So you don't get stabbed again. Please. 2 summers trapping chocobos, and not a single beak in the eye or talon in the arse. And here I am on my deathbed, on account for tripping over a calam tree root. An honest healer? Here in Tailfeather? Now I have seen everything. Guess they don't get many conjurers out here. The pain! Oh, the pain! I don't know who you are, but you're good in my book. Where's this last one? Oh. There. Hello. Other than singeing the arse of a jewelled brassiere cut purse, or soothing the scraped knee of a tripped maiden, it is rare that I have the opportunity to use many of my spells while behind the ramparts of Ishgard proper. This is actually all quite exciting. Though many of these men's wounds are deep, a spectred benefic should provide sufficient healing, but only when cast under the influence of the diurnal sect, of course. Of course. Damn each and every one of the 12 to the 7th hell and back. I'm not ready to die. Praise the 12! Now he's praising the 12. I'm healed! I do believe that is everyone, at least for today. These men and women have chosen a horrendously dangerous profession. A chocobo's talons can rip open flesh to the bone, and a single kick can knock an otherwise hale hunter out for a sennight, if he survives it. Many of them seem surprised, grateful of course, but surprised that we were here helping them. Does the hamlet not have its own healers? Do the temple knights not dispatch their hospitaliers this far from Ishgard? The Holy See only cares for the war with the dragons. It cannot be bothered with a handful of hunters, despite the fact that these hunters are its citizens. I was told on my arrival that they managed with makeshift poultices, created using herbs gathered from around the hamlet. When the wounds are more severe, they turn to their sole barber, who, well, is also the local butcher. I'm sorry. My frustration with the situation, coupled with the day's efforts, have me slightly drained. Might I be allowed a few moments of respite? Quimperain, Melchan, would you be so kind as to accompany the lady on her stroll? It has been far too long since that Charlayan assassin showed her face, and the reading I conducted earlier this morning showed a day rife with conflict and confusion. Do I trust your readings? Alright. I mean, I'm expecting the assassin to show up too, so... Dust storms. Ooh. Uh-oh. Glowy right click. I'm glad you came, Melchan. There is something important I must tell you. Since Jannequinard gave me my father's journal, I've spent my nights poring over his writings, trying to piece together what I could about his life. It appears he was hard-working and just. He trusted all, and truly wanted to help people in need. He believed that knowledge should not be hoarded like food, but shared amongst the intellectually starved. He also knew that there were those who would see him stopped. Persons who used their influence to trick and frighten the Forum into believing that knowledge should be kept at one's breast. Persons who saw my father as a threat. His final few entries all speak of how he feared for his life. of how one man in particular was working to see him dead. That man's name? Cliffhanger! It is not important, for in the end it turned out your father was killed by the very people he was foolish enough to trust. People who, in their slaying of a good man, proved that they were unworthy of the knowledge he so freely offered them. And now here you are, making the same mistake as he. Who is this? The bandit? Continue with this foolishness, and you too will suffer his fate. Yeah, the bandit. Do not dare talk of my father as if you knew him. You know nothing. Your mind is as closed as the minds of those back in the old world, who believe that hiding in their books will shield them from the pain and suffering of the real world. Such passion, it is a pity it remains misdirected. My employer only wishes to see you back, safe in Charlian. The Forum recognizes your talent. You are an asset to our nation and its people. We would have you live a long and prosperous life, so that you may rise even higher than your father ever had the opportunity to. Ah, but we both know you are far too stubborn to take this gift I so graciously offered. You would rather fight. And you know, so would I. No more games, Laveva. Let us end this. Right here, right now. Move it, with your precious stars as our witness. Spare no one, not even the girl. Fate has guided us here, Melchan. Now let us guide our fates to victory. Gravity! Whoosh! AoE. Ow. Jerk. This tank can't even hold aggro. Oh, do not think because you bested me in the past you can do the same here. This time I come prepared. Is there no end to them? Rubberone! I have to actually heal him a lot here. Looks as if you could do with an extra blade. Who's that? Tail feather hunters. They help. Oh, look at that AoE. Can't say no to that. You get a heal, and you get a heal, and you get a heal. Wait, did I not? Oh, I didn't have my aspect on. I'm very good at this. You get a heal, and you get a heal, and you get a heal. Oh, you need some dispelling as well. Let me fix you all up. Yeah. Murder! I will not die like your father did on foreign soil at the hand of barbarians. There you go, summoning stuff again. Gruntumulus dinded grabble. What the fuck? What kind of name is that? Stop eating that person. I must save them all. Can't target that person. Oh. Oh, the irony. Huh? It's only level 56 quest, and we did the big showdown with the bandit. I wonder what's later on. Are you alright? I heard the commotion and came as quickly as I could. Not as quickly as these four. You remember, the hunters so gravely wounded not less than a bell ago? If memory serves me, they could barely lift a finger, let alone rush headlong into a heated battle and help turn the tide. Ah, don't be too hard on the silk shirt. Turns out we didn't need his help any road. Who'd have thought it, eh? Real life fighting Astrologians. Now I truly have seen everything. Bye. Leveva, I dare say those men would not have risked their lives had they little respect for us or our craft. You were right. Our actions here have done more to promote Charlayan astrology than any long-winded discourse. Why, I expect this very night the tale of your daring deeds will be told 100 times over in mead halls across the Forelands. Forelands? Which means it would not be long before the Forum has heard as well. We Charlayans may have officially abandoned this realm, but our ears remain. If the one who hired Silly is who I think it is, then I expect naught less than a formal edict of extradition to be issued. An edict of extradition? But Charlayan has no power to force Ishgard to deliver you into their hands. Furthermore, what exactly is it you have done wrong, but allow others to partake in your great nation's bottomless well of knowledge? As I did more than 15 summers ago, when I studied in her halls. Things changed after you left, Jannequinard. Many even believe it was my father's death that tipped the scales in favour of closing Charlayan's doors and locking away all their knowledge. If the Forum deems it so, I could be arrested and imprisoned for the theft of national resources, and I see no reason why your Holy See, who has already shown its disdain for our efforts, would stand in its way. Damn, Charlayan is deeply messed up as well. Is there a place that is not deeply messed up? Because all of them seem pretty bad. It's like Gridania may be the least, but Gridania is still pretty messed up because if the elementals say you don't get to live there, then you don't get to live there. So what do we do? Your grandfather, your father, they have given up so much to see you here. We cannot just concede defeat now that we have finally begun to make headway. I never said we would, Jan. I have no intention of giving up or giving in. Oh, she's calling him Jan now, that's cute. Doing so would be to deny the sacrifices made by my father and my grandfather. The stars have shown me the path I must take. There is no other. And it begins back at Tailfeather, healing those who aided us. I will see the two of you in Ishgard once I have settled matters here. Whimperain will see I arrive unharmed. Well, I'm curious if we can see her in Tailfeather at the moment. I'll go check before I port away. There might be? Okay. Interesting. Don't think she's here. Yeah. To Foundation. Oh, there's so much to see and do in this game. I love it. It's such a grand adventure. There's so much to look forward to. It's such a well-realised world as well. Lady Leveva still has not returned from Tailfeather. Oh, but do not worry. I have had word that she simply intends to stay a few turns of the sun longer. What we should be worrying about, however, is the Forum and their pending decision on our companion's extradition. If an official edict is drafted, I fear we may find ourselves at the mercy of the Vault. And if that were to happen, there will be little we can do to keep Leveva here, short of starting a war. If only we had more time. When I was studying in Charlayan, I heard whispers of an ancient astromantic spell which could stop time and the very movement of the heavens. All of my professors denied it existed, the only technique remotely similar being something called time dilation, a process in which diverting a celestial body's otherwise straight flow of aether creates the illusion of slowed time, increasing the duration of beneficial magics. A pity I never learned to cast it. Time dilation? You can't just tease me like that. 58. Trucked. Exciting news. Word of Lady Leveva's charity has begun spreading, my friend. I have attended more than one luncheon where it was positively dripping off the tongues of all the good lords and ladies. And the knights? Oh, the knights! They have started rumbling about why magics that not only heal the wounded, but also enhance the strengths of the healthy are not being employed to save the lives of those on the front lines. Needless to say, the Vault is not amused. Their plan to have us fade into obscurity has rebounded upon them, and now they are scrambling to twist this situation to their advantage. Listen, Mochan. The Vault would have us officially attend an operation currently underway in the Western Highlands village of Hemlock. The settlement was abandoned after the calamity, and has since been overrun with beasts of all manner. The Holy See seeks to reclaim it, and my uncle, the Count, has generously volunteered his knights to clear the area of any remaining threats. It is win-win for the Vault. The operation is small enough and far enough away from the capital that even if it is a success, no one will pay it half a mind, but the Vault will be able to say that they answered the pleas of the knights. If, for any reason, the operation were to fail, then the Vault will be able to attribute the failure to the Astrologian presence and turn the high houses against Lady Leveva. I spoke with the lady about this, but she said she was not interested in the politics of the situation, only that it was her duty to aid people in need. We should speak with her, and soon. Let us make haste to Hemlock. Reports from Hemlock claim the village is a veritable den of feathered dragons. The few remaining homes naught more than gutted shells. When we arrive, we should seek the commanding officer and have him direct us to our young charge. Hemlock. Ah, up here, okay. I like this game a lot already, and I'm not even into the best expansion according to most players. Is Shadowbringers the one that people say is the best? So I do hear mixed things about Stormblood. Yeah? Ah, cool. Wonder how good Endwalker's going to be. So not sure what's up with this little exclamation. We'll check it out. That's Durandare Knight. You here to help with the operation? Word has it the battle has taken a turn for the worse. Oh, I see. It's teleportation for if you can't fly. Bum, 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 bum. Puts you just slightly, like 2 meters over. Hello. I am here. What I lack in healing talents, I shall make up for with my blade. There are wounded everywhere, Mochan. We must help them. So this is battle. I never knew. All the blood. Oh. We severely underestimated the strength of our enemies, and now my men and women find themselves overwhelmed. The tight wedges we had at the day's onset have all degraded into small knots of fighting, and the number of wounded is growing faster than our chaplains can heal them. Thank the Fury you arrived when you did. Off we go. Our wounded hide in the lee of yonder boulders, for we have not even the means to pull their ailing bodies to safety. That's right, I can cast Rescue. Yoink! It's so dark. Why is it so dark? Weren't we fighting during the day? Aww. Where am I? Where is my company? I must return to them. Hi. Get him, Nero. Yeah. That was probably a kick, but it looked like a butt slam. There are others with wounds still deeper than mine. Okay. I was wondering why you didn't want healing. Please help. I shan't forget this, Astrologian. I am forever in your debt. Oh, okay. I heal you next. Okay. Holy shit. The quest text. My current quest objective is, why aren't you still casting Diurnal Expected Benefic on Wounded Knights? Oh my god. Oh. I love this game. Oh. I once heard that at the end, your life flashes before your eyes. Why is it then? Then I can only recall the bodice of that wench at the Forgotten Night. Aww. Well, you get to see her again. You have my thanks, but there must still be many who require succor. I heard a woman scream beyond this very boulder not moments before you arrived. I did not recognize the voice. Could it have been one of your companions? Oh shit, better not be. Bird. Get the bird. Derp. There's only two of them. Where's the third? Oh, those are some shoes. Hi? What have we here? Oh, he looks like a lovely chap. Sylvester? You who vowed never to set foot in this barbarian land again? Unless... Clever girl. Yes, it was I who hired Selly to bring you back to Chalayan. And if you had come back with us quietly, you would be free right now, rather than a wanted criminal facing a trial, imprisonment, even execution, depending on what you have told these tamed savages of yours. Yes, my dear. I offered you a chance, and you foolishly refused it. The edict has been issued, and I am here to collect you. Though I must place some of the blame for that on our friend Selly. Had she not insisted on playing games, perhaps you would have displayed reason back in the Black Shroud. Instead, she merely added fuel to a fire already hot with your inherent stubbornness. And now I am forced to make the journey to this filthy realm to clean up her mess. And I suppose that starts with these companions of yours. Mo-chan, take Jannequinard and leave. Right now. Neither of you are ready for magics of the variety he wields. But what of you, my lady? I am going to reclaim my father's journal. Brave. Your father was brave. Your father is also dead. Lady Leveva. Ah, now I understand Silly's frustration. This realm is truly overrun with vermin. How we suffered here for so long, I will never know. Very well, Leveva. You leave me no choice. You may already know we have questioned Mace regarding your unauthorized passage into Eorzea. What you may not know is that we still hold him in the Dark Cells. The Dark Cells. Alright, mate. Just as a precautionary measure, of course. We would not want to see him flee again before the trial. Now, your grandfather is not as spry as he used to be, and I am uncertain how long the sanity a man of his age will last in complete darkness, though the longer you delay, the closer we come to finding out. If you wish to see your grandfather released, you will come to the abandoned city in the Dravanian hinterlands. There, my airship will be waiting to take you back to the old world, where you will be tried fairly, of course. I suppose you could run, but know that doing so would have grave consequences for your grandfather, and possibly your mother as well. And we would still eventually find you. Wait, my father's diary! Well, guess we have our new opponent. He may still be close. Wait here. Sylvester. I knew it. Lady Leveva? Who was that? I have the strangest feeling I should know him from somewhere. Sylvester, leader of the Bibliotheques, a powerful group of conservative fundamentalists who seek to control the whole of Charlene's knowledge. They believe that our people should not become involved in history, only be witness to it, then analyze it until all the lives lived and lost are but numbers on a page. You may remember Sylvester, Jannequinard, because he is the selfsame man who has pushed for old Charlene to batten his doors, and has used my father's death as his rallying cry. And now I'm certain that he had my father killed. Near the end of my father's diary, he mentions being contacted by a young Sylvester, who happened to be an older classmate of his when they were both at the studium. Sylvester, looking to make a name for himself as a politician, warned my father against continuing to disseminate knowledge of Charlene astrology in Eorzea. A warning my father, of course, did not heed. Soon after, several attempts were made upon my father's life. When he subsequently looked into the matter, he discovered that there was a price on his head, and that Sylvester had put it there. I discovered a contract signed by the wretch folded in my father's journal. He had planned on revealing it to the Forum on his return, but he never had the chance. Jannequinard, my father gave you that journal before he died, but you never once opened it? I did not think it was mine to read, but what you say? If it is true, we must get that diary back. Come, it seems the fighting has died down. Let us report to the captain of the knights, then return to Ishgard so that we may plan our next move. Aww. He gave it to Jannequinard because I had the evidence in it, but Jannequinard didn't feel right reading it. Aww. Where's our friend? Sylvester. I knew it. I do not know what to believe anymore. We must report to the captain and then hasten back to Ishgard. Perhaps then we can attempt to make sense of all that has befallen us here today. Many lives were saved because of you. If this is what we can expect from Charlatan astrology, I see no reason why we shouldn't have knights trained in the field. I will recommend this to the Lord Commander. I suspect he will be pleased to see the day won with so few casualties. If you require our services again, you need only ask. Come, Melchan, let us hasten back to Ishgard. I applaud you and your companions on a battle well fought. We knights do not forget the bravery shown by our allies. What about, God, I can't remember his name. Quimperane, there we go. Sorry, Quimperane, I can't remember your name. Is Quimperane okay? The Viv is here. Moments ago, we received a missive from the commander of my father's guard. He thanked us again for our assistance in Hemlock, and has formally requested that Lady Leveva train several of his knights in Charlatan astrology. The vault, however, remains silent, and I believe this silence to be calculated. If the edict issued for Lady Leveva's extradition has arrived, they need only turn a blind eye to Sylvester's actions, until he has spirited the lady from the realm, and people simply forget she was ever here. But we are not going to let that happen, are we, my lady? I'm sorry, Jannequinard, but I no longer see how we cannot. Sylvester has my grandfather. He has threatened to take my mother, and he now has the one thing that could have saved them both, my father's journal. No, Jannequinard, I cannot deny my fate any longer. I have done several readings since our return, and everyone is the same. Deceit, manipulation, submission. My path is clear. You, however, can carry on. Sylvester has no authority over you, or you, Melchan. See that my father's dream is fulfilled. Promise me that much. I shall promise you that and more, my lady. Quimperane and I will see you to the place of the meeting, and do whatever possible to make certain that Sylvester keeps his word. You know that by attending me, you put yourself in danger. He has shown he will not hesitate to kill anyone who stands in his way, and now that he knows I know of his involvement in my father's death. But still you would stand by my side in my last moments in Eorzea. I do not deserve friends such as you. Melchan, Aether is the building block of all that surrounds us, meaning that everything is connected. Someone closely attuned with that Aether can, in a sense, link themselves with others, feeling their joy, feeling their pain. Scholars of the soul call this empathy. Crystal gazers and card readers call it the Wheel of Fortune. We astrologians call it collective unconsciousness. Whatever you call it, I feel that bond with you, both of you. Thank you. That's a cool name. Collective unconsciousness. Divinations of astrologians transcended, echo deep within your soul. Alright, what does this do? Creates a celestial ring around the caster. Reduces damage taken by 10% and applies Wheel of Fortune to self and any party members who enter. Wheel of Fortune effect is regen for diurnal. For 15 seconds. But if you're in a nocturnal sect, instead it grants healing over time and applies Wheel of Fortune. So, okay, so damage taken. Damage reduction for diurnal? Interesting. Reduces damage taken by 10%. Wait. That's the same, it's just in a different part of the tooltip. Effect ends upon using another action. Or moving. Oh, it's a big bubble. Okay, I'm kind of like channeling it. That's cool. Collective unconsciousness. Huh, okay. And it leaves me with the heal over time. Okay. Okay, so it's flipped in the other sect. With the other sect, it will leave you with the 10% damage reduction. And only gets the heal over time as long as you're channeling it. Okay. I think I understand that. Maybe. And I'll use it again when it comes off cooldown. I'll see what it looks like for Nocturnal Sect, if it looks different. There is no other path for me to take. If I do not give myself up, I will be putting the only family I have left in danger, and I cannot bear such a burden. You may accompany me if you wish, but know that by doing so, you put yourself in grave danger for no reason other than your pride. Oh? Because we care about you. Alright, we'll try the nocturnal version of it. Collective unconsciousness. Okay, I think it looks the same. Interesting. Alright. Level 60 quest. It's the final one. Jannequinard and Lady Leveva appear to be ready to depart, with or without you. Still no sign of Quimperane. I'm quite aware that the mere notion of accompanying Leveva to the answering quarter is bordering on absurd, but I cannot in good faith abandon our good friend in her time of need, not after all we have been through. I am joyed to see that you have come to the same conclusion as well. You two are foolish, but I would not trade friends such as you for all the gold in the Auron Vale. Yeah, you don't want that gold. I've been to Auron Vale, it's not a nice place. But there is no gold in the... My lady, might I ask you to entertain a second opinion? You said that your father's diary contained a document which implicates Sylvester in Rufin's murder. What if, and I fully understand the enormity of this if, but what if Sylvester still has yet to lay eyes on that document? Suppose he only took the diary to provoke you. If we could somehow retrieve it before you boarded his airship, then we would have a bargaining chip of our own. But this man is the leader of the bibliotheques. Their sole purpose in life is the hoarding of knowledge. Of course he read the diary. And knowing Sylvester, the document would have been set to flame the moment he discovered it. Unless... We told him that there was another document, one that I removed from the diary to have examined, one that was not in the diary when he stole it. Of course, there is no such page, but it would be easy enough to draft something up from memory of what I saw, something that would appear official from a distance. Oh, we've gone from blackmail to forgery here. It just might work, though there is always the chance that he may simply attempt to take the document by force. Were that to happen, we would be fortunate to escape with our lives. Sylvester is a formidable astrologian. Some say he even possesses the power to stop time. The world! But I thought those were only... No, we mustn't think that. There is little time left before the scheduled meeting in the answering quarter. Lady Leveva's plan is all we have, if we are to save both her and her family. I'm sorry, there's drama going on in Novice Network. If we are to save both her and her family, we must act, and trust that the stars will guide us to victory. I was out of it. Reza healer. Their run's going well. There is little time, Mel-chan. If we are late to the arranged meeting place in the answering quarter, who knows what Sylvester will do to Professor Mace or Lady Leveva's mother? Alright, wheel. So, best to go to Idleshire. Collective unconsciousness, which is one of the coolest names. So doing anything makes it stop. I was wondering if I was going to get spells I can only cast during collective unconsciousness. I don't think so, though. Okay. Time to go fight Sylvester. Yes. Oh, Pimperain's here. Okay. He's fine. So far. What happened here? This is where my people lived, where my father was born and raised, where he became an Astrologian, where he took his first steps on the path that would lead us all here. He was not a Charlayan, not even Huron. He was an Eorzean, like Jannequinard and Pimperain. Even you, Mel-chan. Aww. Nigh on 15 summers have come and gone since I last set foot on the path of contemplation, yet this place appears as if it hasn't been inhabited for centuries. Nature is the greatest of levelers, Jannequinard. She provides us with what we need, but when we are done with it, she is quick to take back what is, and always has been, rightfully hers. There is still time before Sylvester is to arrive. I would like to take a walk and see where my father lived. Just knowing that I tread the same ground as he may grant my mind peace. Aww. Well, then might I suggest a rooftop garden directly to the south of here? Your father and I would spend many a night there gazing up at the stars and prattling on about our dreams into the small hours. It is where he first told me of your mother. Your birth mother, not the aunt who cared for you after Lady Bird died in labour, and the child she was carrying. Aww. This is a nice little garden. Look at this. Not all of the conversations Rufin and I had here were pleasant. He was a fiery spirit, who, once an idea had filled his head, would make it his whole life, regardless of how outlandish it was. Reintroducing Charlatan astrology to Eorzea was one such idea. I was against it at first, knowing firsthand how traditionalist the people of my city-state were. But your father overwhelmed me with his passion, and it was not long before I, too, found myself a disciple of his vision. Aw. Just gonna drink some water. These class quest streams are long and with lots of dialogue reading, so my voice gets pretty husky towards the end of it. But we're on the final quest. I wonder if my father knew that one day I would be here, standing under the same sky he did. Did he know that he would have a daughter who was as stubborn as he? A daughter who would put her life and the lives of those she loved in danger because of an unfulfilled dream? I think he did. And I think if he were here now, he would be proud. Proud that I at least tried. Proud that I did not let fate control me, but that I rather walked hand in hand with that fate, down a path my father left, not only for me, but for all those who would carry in their hearts the same dream. I believe he would be as well, Lady Leveva, though I did not fully realize it until recently. These past moons, it has been as if Rufin was here by my side once again. The passion, the stubbornness, the talent. I do not think he would stand idly by as Sylvester had his way, and so I believe neither should we. Thank you, Jan. I know I have been hard on you, but it is only because you are an incompetent astrologian with an aversion to training. Not because you were anything but a good man, and a good friend. Now, let us see what the stars have in mind for us today. We're getting so much about their backstory, except for Quimperane. Bird! Okay. Fate is but a suggestion. Remember that. You may keep your readings to yourself. No offence, milady, but the only thing that shall be guiding me tonight is my obligation to Lady Leveva. That, and my blade. Aw. Yes, I don't think he is hired by, the asshole uncle. I think there's multiple uncles, one of which is the Count, and that would be the one who's hired him. Sylvester is not a man to be late. He will be here. Well, if he's got power over time, then he will arrive precisely when he means to. Ever so predictable, Leveva. I'm sorry to inform you, there has been a change of plans. There will be no return to your homeland, no tear-filled reunion with your grandfather, no trial, only a sentence. And that sentence shall be carried out here, by mine hand. You see, after reading your father's diary, it became clear that you and your wretched friends know too much. You would not believe how long I've been searching for that document. The last one that connected me to your father's unfortunate accident. Why are you saying all this in front of these other people? I guess he's going to have them killed after they finish killing us. I tracked down and had all the others destroyed, but this one has eluded me for almost 2 decades. The last? Melchan, it appears we are left with but a single path. There was only ever one, my lady, and we shall see it to the end. Thanks are in order, Leveva. By ignoring my directions to come alone, you have saved me the effort of tracking down and slaying each one of you individually. Silence! Wow, you're right. Your guards are very scary. They were so dangerous. Oh, okay, you got more. Boom! If you barbarians are one thing, it is brave. I shall give you that. Bravery, however, is the blunt blade of the foolish and the weak. Let me show you why the barbarians cannot be allowed to have this knowledge. Sylvester plots something ill. Do not let down your guard. Those arcana. They are not right. I sense forbidden magics. Hurry and destroy them. The power they draw from the constellations is too much. The ewer rules the spread. May water bless your health. The arrow rules. May the winds bless your journeys. Okay, I'm getting buffs for each of them. That's cool. Celestial stasis. He's doing his timey-wimey stuff. I'm kind of curious what it's going to look like. I think he's going to die though. If timey-wimey stuff takes this long to cast, it's kind of useless. Yeah, my gear's kind of amazing, so I just obliterate them. Oh, is he going to do it? No, he's friggin' dead. Wait, if you wish to see your grandfather live, you will not kill me. That was never our intention, Sylvester. No, I only wish to ask a few simple favours. The first being the return of my father's diary. You will then send word back to the old world to have my grandfather released immediately. And finally, you will return to Charlayan and report to the Forum that I have disappeared and am presumed deceased. Fail to do these things, and I shall tell the Forum all I know of your involvement in my father's death. I doubt they will be as generous with their mercy as I. And what? You shall remain here and continue to spread our knowledge across this worm-eaten realm like it was sweet cream butter? That's quite an analogy he's got there. You know not what you do. The barbarians of this realm have shown that they can only use knowledge to destroy each other. They corrupt it, they lessen it, and then they forget it. They never once have shown they are worthy of the knowledge they so defile. And yet you would still give it to them. Very well. I shall do as you ask. But know that the Forum is ever listening, ever watching. Should you continue your escapades here in Ishgard, They will find out. And they will send others until they have succeeded where I have failed. Then you'd best make certain they do not. You are a powerful man who also happens to be a master of lies and deceit. I pray the task should not prove too difficult. And if it does, well then, I can always show them what manner of a man you truly are. I do not think there will be any need for that. Sylvester, however wicked, is not a fool. He will not sacrifice what he has spent the past 2 decades building over a girl he, even with his back to the cobbles, sees as an inferior. Especially if you have offered him a means of accomplishing it without causing him to lose face. His pride, of course, will ache, but it's naught a little wine cannot cure. You're right, Jannequinard. Something I never thought I would admit. At least out loud. So, does this mean you will remain in the sea and continue your teachings? Of course I will. There is the pending contract with House Durandare, my obligations to the convictors and the hunters of Tailfeather. And then, of course, there is the matter of your incomplete training. If memory serves me, you have still only opened half of the Heaven's Gates. Wait, me or Jannequinard? Truth be told, I have no idea how we survived that battle. Think of it a moment. Sylvester could stop time. Perhaps fate has a stronger pull than I imagined. Or perhaps I've merely evolved into an all-powerful Astrologian. Likely the former. You may recall a time when I pulled Milady aside and spoke of how I did not trust my master's heathen magics. Well, I still do not trust his, but Lady Leveve's and yours? A man my age should not have lasted a half-bell in that last battle. Hells, I still cannot believe we fended off those pirates in Limsa Lominsa. I could not have survived this long without you, Lady Melchan. Should you ever have need of my sword, you need only ask. It would be cool if you could, ask him to come tank dungeons for you. That would be cool. Well, things did not go completely as planned, but we arrived at the fate intended for us nonetheless. Now, the question is, what do we do with this fate we have been granted? I believe this warrants another reading, but perhaps after we've had a bite to eat. Food sounds pretty good. I ended up really liking these characters. I wish they'd given more development to Quimperane, but Leveve and Jannequinard were both really good. I really like them both. Here's Leveve. Ah, Melchan. You are just in time to greet the Athenium's newest member. May I present you with Lord Rufin? Huh? Oh, I see. Yep. This is her makeover. What a surprise! Ah, but I believe I know the answer. Your senses are doubtless reeling from having witnessed poor Lady Leveve's tragic end in the hinterlands. Wink. Contrary to popular opinion, I was not murdered at all, but merely on a long and winding journey, that has finally brought me back to Ishgard, so that I may teach the secrets of Sharlayan astrology once again. I mean to show the people that fate is a path that need not be walked in darkness, that the stars can be used to light the way. And my first lesson, that those who oppose this celestial guidance shall be doomed to mark time for all of eternity. Okay. That was threatening. Celestial opposition. Cool. The stars in our faults. Interesting. So she's gonna live as a man. At least while she's here in Ishgard. That's cool. Stargazer. Well, she's pretending to be her father. Yeah, that's cool. Welcome back, Mel-chan. It is always a pleasure to see you here in the Athenaeum. Things have been quite hectic of late, what with Lord Rufin travelling about the countryside preaching the merits of our field. Why, the number of applications for novitiate positions has increased tenfold over the past moon. And now the Observatorium has begun requesting reports on domicile, modality, cadence. Dare I say we didn't wait much longer for the day when Sharlayan and Ishgardian astrologies have joined back together as one. Aw, that would be nice. Lord Rufin will soon find that her disguise has not fooled anyone. A quick cut and tousle doesn't change the fact that her hair is still purple. Ah, but have you heard of the aesthetician? He can take care of that. Would you believe that the Observatorium has requested the drafting of new constellation-based celestial charts to supplement those we have used for the past 4 centuries? Of course you would. It was you and Lord Jannequinard who started this chaos. I may have been hasty in my judgment of Sharlayan astrology, as it appears more than simple fortune-telling. Recent happenings. In between her training of the House Durandare Knights, Lord Rufin has been travelling the countryside, visiting camps and outposts, doling out succour to those in need, spreading the word of Sharlayan astrology without actually saying a word. And Lord Jannequinard? Little has changed. He still comes in after the zenith, and leaves before the 16th bell. But there are times I catch him practicing a spell or two when he believes no one is watching. Perhaps I was wrong to judge him, as perhaps I was wrong to judge Sharlayan astrology. Aww. You gave me more work. I'll never forgive you. Yup. Lord Rufin's activity around the realm has resulted in increased awareness of Sharlayan astrology, making it more accepted amongst the public. Interest in the field has become so great that the Holy See can no longer simply brush it under the broom, so instead they allow it, if only so they can keep a close eye on it. The Athenaeum Astrologicum was founded... seeing that. We also offer training in Sharlayan astrology, a school of star reading not formally recognised by the Athenaeum, the Observatorium or the Holy See, but no longer fully opposed by them either. Training is overseen by both Lord Jannequinard and Lord Rufin, but mostly Lord Rufin. Alright, seen that one already? These past quest lines... Yeah, like this one and Machinist have felt really satisfying to finish. It's like, I feel like we genuinely made the world a better place here. Pretty satisfying. The Athenaeum headmaster has ordered me to begin training in Sharlayan astrology. What, I asked, did I do to deserve this fate? And don't you tell me Charlene Astrology can show me the answer. Very good. Turns out Jan is only going to the bars to give him self-cover for more S practice. That'll be cool. Alright, so let's do opposition. 60-second cooldown. Restores HP. Oh, yep. Has a regen effect for diurnal. And a barrier for nocturnal. Okay, it's just a big AoE heal. Okay, sure, why not? Why not? Am I going to get any other cooldowns? A lot. Oof. Oh, okay. I'm going to put this. Let's put it here. Looks like an instant cast. It's an ability. Ooh, so it's off the global cooldown. Cool. Alright, let's see what it looks like. Oh god! Oh my god! Oh, that was cool. Holy shit. I get to see that every 60 seconds. This game's great. Alright, well I suppose we'll go over the mechanics of Astrologian. And then we'll end the stream. Mail. I have thought about, I have noticed there's some apartments available on this server. I have thought about getting an apartment just so I can have access to a stable to change Nero's feather colour. It's like 500,000, I think. I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking of making him blue, if that's Nero's colour. I could make him silver on Nero's hair colour. I'm talking about DMC5 Nero, not FF14 Nero. It's funny there's a Nero in this game as well. He also has silver hair, doesn't he? Apartments are always available. Oh, okay. Do they just keep adding more whenever they fill up? I have noticed some apartment buildings don't have available apartments. Or is that just because there's available apartments in another ward? Interesting. Well, that's good to know that I don't have to rush to grab a vacancy. Alright, let's see what the nocturnal version of this looks like, if it looks different. I think it's the same, but it's still very pretty. Yeah. Alright, well, Astrologian. It's the third of the 3 different healers that are in the game at the moment. White Mage, Scholar, and Astrologian. And Sage is getting added in Endwalker. Astrologian... so it's interesting, because at the moment it kind of has 2 different stances, or auras, I would call them. Might just be one is fuller than the others. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so you've got Diurnal Sect and Nocturnal Sect, and you want to make sure you've got one of these 2 on, but you can't have them both on. And you can't swap them in combat, so you have to like decide which one you're committing to. Yeah, one of them adds heal over time effects to certain spells, and the other adds shield effects to certain spells. Kind of like Scholar Shields. But they might be removing or just significantly changing this in the next expansion, because I think Sage is supposed to be an absorption-based healer, and so I think they're going to have this class mostly based on heal over time. So I don't really use that stance very much at the moment. So I just use the heal over time stance, so I don't feel like I'm losing it. I'd rather not learn to play that and then have it gone. So. Just thinking about both Nero's meeting and being absolutely disgusted with the other. Yes. Alright, so the damage spells is the easiest one to explain. It's a lot like the other healers. You get a damage over time, which has a cool description. Proximity of a theoretical sun is causing damage over time. Like, isn't that one of the coolest dots you've ever heard of? Combust. So you got your spammable single target, which is Malefic. And you got your spammable AoE, which is Gravity. That's what you're doing while you're DPSing. So the heals, we've got Benefic 1, so this is a lot like Cure 1 and Physic of the other two healers. It's just a very weak little heal that you outgrow very quickly. You don't really use it much later on in the game. It does have a slight chance to make your next Benefic 2 free. Oh, sorry, not free. Restore crit HP. So this is only for like low level dungeons, or I guess that's the only time. Low level dungeons. Benefic 2, just a single target heal. Easy, that's all it does. You've got Essential Dignity. This one's off the global cooldown, and there's a heal. It does more as the target's HP decreases. That's kind of cool, nice little... a big heal if they're low on HP. And pretty short cooldown, 40 seconds, so that's something you can weave in between global cooldowns. Let's finish going over the heals first before we talk about the cards, I think. Helios, spammable AoE heal. Looks cool. Aspected Helios. Now this one puts a heal over time on everyone. Unless you're in Nocturnal Sect, in which case it puts a barrier on everyone. And the heal over time doesn't like stack with Scholar stuff. Sorry, the barrier doesn't stack with Scholar stuff. And the heal over time, so like generally you want to use this to put the hot on everyone, and then spam this one instead. Simple. A lot like the White Mage thing. Aspected Benefic, this is a heal over time. Easy. Or it's a shield if you're in Nocturnal. Just nice heal over time. They're pretty simple healing tools, to be honest. Just very bare basics so far. Or aside from this thing, which just big group heal that looks all special and shiny. Very cool. Then you've got the card system, which is it's like a little mini game you're playing while you're doing fights in dungeons. I really like it. Yeah, so drawing a card, loads it in there. It's random. There's 6 different ones it can be. It also gives you mana each time you draw one, so you want to make sure you're drawing one whenever you can. And then what you do is so this button here, this one uses up the card to put a buff on someone. It's a DPS buff of 3%, unless you use it on something that matches it. So Spear is for melee DPS or tanks. It'll give them 6% buff instead of 3%. So you cast that on a party member, and then you draw another card when you're ready. Bowl. Yeah, so Bowl is for ranged DPS or healers. So you're just drawing a card, seeing what you get, and putting it on whoever in your party it fits. If you mess up, they still get a buff. It's a weaker buff. So you get rewarded if you're doing it right by making your party do more damage, which is cool. And you can shuffle the card using redraw. Yeah, so there's 3 charges of that in total. You can shuffle it if it's not one that you want. And reasons to shuffle it. So see these little symbols here? There's 3 little symbols here. And each card has a little symbol on top of it. And there's 3 different symbols. There's the sun, there's the moon, and there's full moon? Earth? I don't know what the circle is. And the moon. And so there's 2 cards of each symbol. And when you give someone a buff, that symbol goes in your little bar, your little meter. So when I cast this buff on someone, that moon will go there. And if I keep doing buffs, then it'll just like push the oldest one off the table. And the whole point of that is once you've got 3 symbols, you can pop Divination, which gives everyone in your party a damage buff on top of what the cards do. Yeah, you have to have 3 symbols collected. And the more different symbols you have, the more damage buff. It's 4%, 5%, or 6% for 3 different symbols. So essentially you're playing a little mini game where you're trying to collect all 3 different symbols so that you got the best damage buff cooldown for everyone. Which looks like that. It uses up my symbols. Now we've got a moon. Yeah, I want a moon. Use that. Get a moon. Yeah, so it's this little mini game. So you've got 3 chances to like shuffle it to try and get the symbol you want. Yeah, it's a fun little mini game to try and like get that set up before you go into a boss fight. Yeah, it's like you're doing this on trash fights before you reach the boss in dungeons. It's pretty cool. Cards used to be way more complicated. Yeah. Yeah, I hear that the cards used to all do something different instead of just being all damage buffs. That would have been hard to remember. So cool. Yeah, so if that was like another moon card, I could have just redrawn it to shuffle it. Let's shuffle it anyway. Oh, now it's a sun. And so we have this other ability, which is... well, it's Lady of Crowns at the moment. What's it actually called? Ah, it's Major Arcana, I think is what it's called. Oh no, sorry, it's Minor Arcana. Yeah, play is just using the card. But we have this other option we can do with cards called Minor Arcana. This one, you're playing the card, it's doing the same thing. You put a buff on someone, and if you match it, you get a bigger buff on them. But it's a bigger buff. 8% versus 6% if you match the, this one's for ranged DPS or healers, so this one's 6% and this one's 8%. But the difference with this one, it doesn't put that symbol in your little bar. So basically once you've collected all your symbols, you're using this one instead, and it's a bigger damage buff. Yeah, so that just ate up the symbol, but it's a bigger damage buff. There's also another option for like if you've used all your reshuffles, but it's still a symbol you don't want, you can instead chew it up by using that. I probably made it sound a lot more complicated than it is, but it's... yeah, see here I've got a moon. So, I don't want a second moon, I want to get all the 3 different symbols. So I can either just reshuffle it 3 times. If I run out of charges on that and I still don't have what I want, then I can just burn it up by using Lady of Crowns instead. And it even does a bigger damage buff. Yeah, so that's pretty much how it works. And I don't know if it gets more complicated later, but that's how it is at level 60. Yeah, I really like Astrologian. It might be my new favourite healer. I don't know. I enjoy White Mage a lot. Oh yeah, we got some cooldowns. Light speed reduces cast time for spells by 2.5 seconds for 15 seconds. Yeah, 2.5 seconds is, well, it's most of our cast times. So, once we hit that, we've got 15 seconds during which we can just be on the move while doing everything. That's a pretty good cooldown. Lucid Dreaming, all healers get that. Collective Unconsciousness, this is a new one I got. Just channeling the big barrier healy thingy. This one you got to make sure you're not moving during though, because that'll cancel it. Yeah, I'm still learning how I want to use this one. It's interesting. But yeah, that's Astrologian. It's a collection of very basic attacks and heals, plus this really fun little mini game with collecting the symbols. And then like clicking a party member, you use the buff, then you go back to your target. Yeah, it's fun. I like it. Might be my new favourite healer and new favourite class in general because I love healers. And I've just been really enjoying the little card thing. Now I've got it to 60. I should take it into some level 60 Heavensward dungeons and see how I like it there. Looking forward to that. card. It's a moon. Reshuffle it. It's a circle. Yay! I have them all. Yay! And that's your little mini game. Click the cards. And there you go. That is Astrologian. So we shall end the stream. I'll see if there's anyone I want to raid. Who's streaming tonight? Rom Scout. First time SMZ3 multi-world. That sounds like fun. Could send yous there. Yeah, I'll send yous to Rom Scout. Doing a Super Metroid plus Zelda Link to the Past randomizer. Good to soak up raid-wide blasts. Ooh. Oh yeah, like I could pop this when Alexander comes up and does the big blasty thing. Oh. Very cool. The class design in this game is just so fun. It takes a little while for some of the classes to get there, but they all get there, and they're all very different and very fun. I love it. Alright, anyway, I will send you all to Rom Scout. /raid Rom Scout. And next time I stream this game, I will be doing Hildebrand. Because we're done with all the class quests in Heavensward now. Or the combat stuff. I haven't been doing the profession stuff on stream. Yeah, we've got Hildebrand to go. I've been looking forward to seeing that gang of total goobers again. I loved the Realm Reborn Hildebrand stuff. So I'll see you all next time, and thank you all very much for watching. See yas!